Right. Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30. If we can make a start, can I welcome you to the Development Committee? I'm Councillor Filmer. I'm chairman of the committee. Just a couple of housekeeping notes before we get on to the agenda itself. I've not been told that there's a fire drill planned for this morning, so if alarms go off, then that is the real thing. Your exits are back through the doors that you came in through, and we'll show you where to safely congregate. If you need toilet facilities during this morning's meeting, they're just through the double doors at the rear of this room and into the lobby there. And if you need to have a drink, there is water on the side of the room, just to my right. Could I ask if anyone's present, whether it be members or members of the public, or indeed members online, if you could make sure if you've got mobile phones that they are please turned off or turned to silent so they don't interrupt the proceedings today. And just to remind everyone that today's meeting is being recorded. Just so you know who's in front of you today, to my right are officers from the council, from our democratic services and legal section. To my left are officers from the planning section that will be outlining the applications before us. And on the wings of the table are the councillors who will be debating and ultimately deciding our applications today. If I could ask if anyone is online that they could please make sure that their microphones and cameras are turned off until we get to the point where you're maybe being called to speak. Today's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Committee members are present in the room, and it is only committee members who are present in the room who can vote. We're at the canal side at North Petherton, and that we also have the ability that we are now joined with people who are joining us through the Teams system, so they are joining us online, so this meeting is being webcast. We have speakers registered both within the room and externally, and I'll explain about those later. Legally, as I say, only members who are present in the room are entitled to vote on any motions before us. The format of the meeting is as per the agenda that has been circulated. For those who are joining us online, that is available through the council's website. Each application will be taken in turn. The officers will outline the application and its background. We'll then have the public speaking time for those members of the public who have registered to speak. We'll ask for those who are online to remain muted until I ask them to turn their microphones on. As I say, only those who've registered to speak are able to address us today. And once we've heard those speakers, there will then be the debate amongst members. If I can just remind members, the microphones that are on your tables, they are on. You don't need to switch any switches. Just if you raise the mic before you speak, then they will be enabled from the back of the room, so we can make sure we don't need to do anything with the microphones. And again, for anyone in the room who is a public speaker, the same thing applies for the microphone at the speaker's table. You don't need to actually do anything to it. It'll just be turned on for you when it's required. Once we have had the debate, there will be a proposer and a seconder for a resolution. Members will then vote on that resolution, and only members who have been present throughout the whole of that debate are entitled to vote at that point. Members will then vote for, against, or abstain, and we will announce the result just to be clear as to what has been decided. So if we move on to the actual details of our agenda today, item 1 on the agenda is, I believe, apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies today, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We've received apologies from Councillors Pearce, Perry and Glassford.
Okay. And no one's heard anything else from any other members? Okay. Item 2 is urgent business. I've not been advised that there's any urgent business which isn't already covered on our agenda today. Public speaking time for members of the public who've registered to speak. As I mentioned earlier, we'll have the presentation from the officers as to the background and detail of an application. I'll then ask the speakers to come forward in turn, either within the room or to join us through Teams. Just to remind you, you do have 3 minutes to address the committee. For those of you who are in the room, you'll see we have a clock on the front which will count the time down, so you can see how much time you've got left to go. For those of you who are joining us online, I understand that obviously you can't see that clock in enough detail. So what we will do is when there is 1 minute of your 3 minutes left, I will interrupt you and just let you know that there is 1 minute of the time left to go. Obviously, if members of the public can aim to finish within the 3 minutes, that would be most appreciated. Item 4 is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations that members have today? We'll start with Councillor Evans. You'll need to pass the mic. Mike.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. On page 6, I am the ward member, and it's also in my council division. I was a town councillor at the time of the consultation as well. However, I have taken no part in any formal meetings around this. I have, because it has been an election time, I've had a number of residents raise it with me, but I have not. I've been very careful not to predetermine myself on that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mert, sorry.
It's on page 86. I know the applicant, but I don't consider myself to know him that well that it's a personal interest. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll get you to do that one this afternoon as well anyway. So, Councillor Murphy.
Good morning, Chair. I have a similar story. Items 24 and 32, pages 24, 32, Burnham-on-Sea. Whilst I'm not the ward member for that particular ward, I have not attended any town council meetings, and I have rebuffed anybody who's tried to engage me in conversations.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Pages 48 and 55. It's in my county division, but I've not taken any part in any discussions on that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, and we'll take those again this afternoon as well. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. Page 2432, Haven Holiday Park. I'm a Somerset County Councillor for that area. I've taken no part in any conversation with anybody. Absolutely nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward.
As a member of Bridgewater Town Council, I'd like to confirm that I have had no discussion on any of the items that are on today's agenda that relate to Bridgewater.
Okay, so I think that's for this morning's agenda. That's page 19. Yep. Okay. I'll let you do that if you wish to. Mr. Nicholson.
Members, just so you're aware, the new code of conduct you actually agreed in July at the last full council is now in place. Obviously, all I'm going to do is transfer your interest that you've declared today into the new phrasing, I think is the easiest way to explain it. Obviously, you've got your training session at the end of September. So after that, we would expect you to be using the correct wording. No.
Thank you. And again, for members of the public, it's important that you know if there's any background that members have got on an application. I think the only declarations we had today were in terms of non-predetermination, which, just to clarify, is we have a standing order within this committee which basically says that members can either get involved at the town and parish council level in decision making on planning, or they can get involved at the district level. They can't do both. The concern is that if they get involved at the town and parish council level, they could be perceived as having already made up their mind before they came to this particular meeting. So by, as you've heard the declaration today, where people have taken no part in the town and parish council level discussions, they've not made up their mind beforehand, they're not predetermined, and therefore they can stay within the room, they can debate it and they can vote. If they had got involved, they would be excluded from the debate and they would not be taking part in the vote either. So that's why you've heard those declarations this morning. If we move then on to the agenda item 5, which is the planning applications themselves, the first application we have is on page 6. We're looking at the parish of North Petherton, and I believe Ms. Elvey, you're going to introduce this one, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Do I have to go? That's fine, that's working. Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. Hello. So the first item today is the application at the land at King's Farm in Shearston in North Petherton. The application's for the formation of a battery energy storage facility with associated infrastructure. The application is at committee as the officer's recommendation is contrary to the view of a ward member and the adjoining parish council. The town council's view is in agreement with the recommendation of the officer. Since the publication of the report, there are just a couple of updates. So an additional condition's been added to ensure that the landscape mitigation is implemented and retained for the duration of the consent. Natural England have also submitted a comment highlighting the fact that the site is in a bat zone, its proximity to the AONB, and also just bringing attention to the MPPF stance on biodiversity net gain. there's also been a further letter of objection, which raises points that have already been discussed in the report. Okay, so these are the main considerations for this application that we'll be reviewing at the end after I've presented the file. So the application site, circled in yellow here, lies within the administrative boundary of North Petherton, and it's adjacent to the boundary of Thurloxton parish. The site lies approximately 1.2 kilometres west of the A38, which you can see along here, and approximately 1 kilometre southeast of the Quantock Hills AONB. So the application site forms two sections connected by way of underground cabling. The north section is adjacent to the existing agricultural building that you can see here, and then the cabling goes underneath down to the southern section of the site. So the application seeks consent for the formation of a battery energy storage facility. The northern part of the site will provide a compound within which 30 battery containers, along with 15 inverter containers, an amenity cabin, a transformer, a DNO substation, and a control room will also be sited in the northern compound. This compound will be enclosed by a 2.4 metre high fence, a 4 metre acoustic fence, and also a 4 metre high bund and planting. The southern part of the site would provide the infrastructure to enable the grid connection via the existing pylon, which is sited to the south. This southern compound will include an auxiliary transformer and would be surrounded by a woodland screen to the northwest and northeast boundaries, along with a hedge to the southwest boundary. The proposal sets out to provide battery energy storage to allow for energy to be stored from the grid, and when demand increases, to allow for energy to be reintegrated into the network. So this slide focuses on the north compound. So these drawings show the elevations of the site when viewed from outside the compound. As you can see, there's the bund and the fencing as previously discussed. And there's the sort of overall site plan to show the layout of where the different structures will be placed within that compound. So these are some sectional elevation drawings. So as you're in the compound, this is what you would see. And then these drawings show some of the structures that are within that compound. So there will be 30 battery containers, 15 inverter containers, and an amenity cabin. All of them have similar appearance to shipping containers, and there will be coloured holly green, which will be secured by condition. So in addition to these containers, it's proposed for a switchgear and control room, a GRP substation, and CCTV cameras. An auxiliary transformer within the northern compound is also proposed. We then move on to the southern compound. This part of the site contains the infrastructure to allow for the grid connection. This part of the site provides a substation to allow the connection. The compound will be surrounded by fencing and planting and will contain connectors to the pylon, a transformer and a control room. So these are sectional elevations again, showing how the compound is sort of dug into the ground. And again, further sectional elevations of this part of the site. Within the documents submitted as part of the application, there was a landscape visual impact assessment, also known as a LVIA. A zone of theoretical visibility was presented within that document, and Sedgemoor's landscape officer agreed that the site is less visible than this zone. On the plan before us, the two grey circles in the middle indicate the two compounds of the site. The red symbols denote possible viewpoints that were checked within the LVIA, but were assessed as having no visibility of the site. The blue markers indicate viewpoints from which the site could be seen from, and I'm going to now show you those viewpoints. So viewpoint 1, so highlighted at the top, is looking towards the northern compound from the road. There's the view of the existing agricultural building that could be seen on the aerial photography. Viewpoint 1A is stood in the same place, but essentially flipped round to look towards the southern compound. within the photo, you can see the pylon where the grid connection will be made. So this is viewpoint 2. So again, this is facing towards the southern compound. Again, there's the pylon for kind of reference. Viewpoint 3. So from this point, you could it looks towards both of the compounds. So again, there's the agricultural buildings that are existing, and then there's the pylon. Viewpoint 4 is taken from further afield, as you can see on the plan. And viewpoint 5 is taken from the edge of the AONB. Viewpoint 6 taken from the junction of the lane and a footpath. The pylon where the site will connect can be viewed along with the existing agricultural building at the farm. So there's the building. And viewpoint 7 is taken from a similar sort of location. These are photos of the access that would be used. So this is the existing agricultural access to the northern part of the site. So this is stood in the access looking towards the east. And this is from the same point looking towards the west. Then, as you can see, this is the access and again, the agricultural building, just for sort of point of reference, really. And then in respect to the southern compound, this will be the access where this sort of gate is, where the sort of the picture's being taken from. So this is view from the access towards the south. And then looking the other way towards the north. And then views into the southern field itself. So the initial policy issue to overcome is the principle of the development. The site is in a countryside location and development in such areas is strictly controlled. The aim of the proposal is to support an increased use in sustainable energy. By providing battery storage, this would allow surplus energy from the grid to be stored and then reintegrated into the network when required. Policy S5 of the local plan supports development that contributes towards the reduction of CO2 emissions and development that can maximise energy from renewable and low carbon sources. Additionally, policy D4 of the local plan supports projects that maximise the generation of energy from renewable or low carbon sources. So, as previously noted, the site is in the countryside. However, the applicant has provided evidence to demonstrate that the site has been selected due to its location in respect of the network infrastructure. Additionally, such connection points need to be away from large consumers of power, such as urban areas, and therefore are inevitably in the countryside. The applicant was made aware of potential grid network capacity on the Bridgewater to Taunton line, but the actual available point of connection was limited to a very short section by Western Power Distribution, and this then led to the site selection that was undertaken. So the site assessment, as shown on this slide, has been provided to indicate the constraints in the surrounding area. In respect of the future of the site, if consent were to be granted, this would be for a temporary period of 40 years. Details of the site's decommissioning would be provided, and a battery safety management plan would be conditioned for submission prior to the installation of any batteries. Given the specific site selection criteria and the justification for the site that has been evidenced, and that relevant documents can be conditioned for in terms of the future of the site, in respect of the principle of the development, this is considered to comply with these relevant policies of the local plan. In respect of visual amenity and visual impact, the site does not have any designations. The AONB lies approximately 1 kilometre away. The LVIA has been assessed by Sedgemoor's landscape officer, and the officer has also carried out site visits and is in agreement with the findings from the LVIA. To summarise, the landscape officer considered that the two compounds have limited visibility due to the topography of the landscape and intervening hedges and vegetation. It is accepted that the additional power infrastructure facilities would have a slight impact on the landscape, but the impact on the AONB is low, as it is difficult to view the sites from the AONB. If consent were to be granted, conditions would be used to ensure that landscaping is retained, the containers to be painted green, and the existing hedgerow to be maintained at a minimum of 3 metres. In respect of highway safety, County Highways have reviewed the submitted details and are accepting of the submitted construction management plan. The Highways Authority have provided relevant conditions relating to the implementation of the CMP and for a condition survey to be conducted to assess any potential damage caused by construction vehicles during that phase of the scheme. In respect of impacts on residential amenity, there are 2 dwellings in the vicinity of the site, approximately 75 metres and 115 metres from the northern compound. Environmental Health have requested conditions relating to the installation and retention of an acoustic fence and to ensure that noise generated from the operation of the site is not unacceptable. Lighting would also be conditioned as part of the ecological concerns. And in respect of ecology issues, the ecologist has reviewed the application submission and has recommended conditions in respect of external lighting and the safety of badgers and hedgerows during construction. It should also be noted that due to the landscaping works proposed, biodiversity net gain is predicted to be 23% in respect of habitat areas and nearly 100% net gain in hedgerow units. In terms of surface water management, the Lead Local Flood Authority have requested a pre-commencement condition to ensure that a surface water drainage strategy is submitted and approved, and the agent is in agreement with this and all other pre-commencement conditions. In terms of heritage assets, there are 6 listed buildings within 1 kilometre of the application site. The Conservation Officer has been consulted and has not raised an objection. It should be noted that many of the third-party representations refer to the potential safety of the proposal. The fire service have been consulted and their response sets out that proposals should comply with relevant building regulations. The Health and Safety Executive have also been consulted, and as the site is not within a safety hazard zone, the proposal is not considered relevant development for their purposes. No evidence has been provided to demonstrate that battery storage facilities pose an inherent and unacceptable risk. Nevertheless, any potential risk would be appropriately minimised by the condition for submission of a battery safety management plan. To summarise, the proposed development's aim is to provide an energy storage facility in order to increase the reliance on sustainable energy. The site is in a countryside location. However, it has been demonstrated that the site has gone through a sequential test and must be in this location due to specific technical requirements, and the rural location has therefore been justified. The principle of development is therefore considered to comply with the relevant policies in the local plan. In respect of the details of the development, due to the consultation responses in respect of each matter and the proposed use of adequate conditions in respect of mitigation, the proposal is considered to comply with all of the other relevant policies. As such, the Office's recommendation is to approve planning permission with relevant conditions as set out in the report. Thank you.
As you'll see, we have a number of speakers on this application, so I'll start with Fletcher Robinson, who's joining us online. If you could turn on your camera and your microphone, and we can just confirm that it's working.
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can. So again, just to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes to address the committee. I will let you know when there's 1 minute of that time left to go, so start whenever you're ready, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm Fletcher Robinson, trustee and planner for CPRE Somerset. The council's landscape officer has wrongly dismissed the AONB's detailed 7-page objection to this planning application for a facility resembling at least 45 shipping containers to be placed in a visually prominent location. The officer claims that the harm will be limited as some of the views will be blocked by topography and landscaping, at least in the winter months. But the AONB points out that the harm is not just from the views. It says the major harm is to the character of the AONB from the industrialization of this landscape. Sedgemoor policy D19 says that development within the setting of an AONB that has the potential to harm the visual amenity and character of the protected landscape will only be supported if that potential harm can be negated through mitigation measures. The AONB's detailed submission confirms that the potential harm to the setting of the AONB will not be negated because A, some views will remain, particularly in winter months, and B, there will also be the industrialization of the landscape. The AONB's conclusion is stark. This proposal will cause significant harm to the immediate area of the protected landscape. Government planning policy guidance, which has not been referred to by the case officer in her report, issued July 2019, says land within the setting of these protected landscapes makes an important contribution to maintaining their natural beauty. This is especially the case where the landscape character of the land adjoining the designated area is complementary, as in this case. Mr. Chairman, there are two other new battery storage facilities in the planning system at the moment on this same line. The Impens farm project is close to Bridgewater, and another is adjacent to the existing Taunton substation site. Impens is next to the M5 motorway and Bridgewater, and the other is next to Taunton. Neither is close to the AONB. The AONB has not objected to those other two, and neither would CPRE Somerset. Point 7, the applicants claimed that it couldn't find an alternative site for a new facility within a 20-kilometre radius of Shearston is demonstrably incorrect, as its new Taunton site referred to above is within 20 kilometres. Lastly, the case officer has not made a single reference in her report to the adverse impacts on walkers on the nearby public footpaths. These impacts are what appeal inspectors frequently focus on when dismissing appeals. To conclude...
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to call time on you. That's the 3 minutes, but thank you very much for your contribution.
Mr. Chairman, I ask you, please do not harm the setting of our...
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I do need to call time there, but thank you. We have our next speaker, which is Councillor Gary Wong, who is also joining us online. Councillor Wong, if you could just confirm that your microphone is working.
Yeah, I can confirm that it is working.
Excellent. And to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes, and I will let you know when there's a minute of that time left to go. Please start when you're ready.
Okay, fellow councillor and council officers, I have spoken to a number of residents and attend various meetings. From my observation, there is a very strong local objections. I'm impressed by their organization and the determination, so I'm obligated to speak on their behalf. So to put it simply, there are 3 points that I need to make. So firstly, by approving this application today, we are essentially approving putting up 45 shipping container-like objects and a 2.4 meter security fence near an area of outstanding natural beauty. I mean, that it would have a significant impact on the character and the appearances of the surrounding area. And then secondly, we have to remind ourselves that this is a battery bank. It doesn't involve generating any excess energy. Unlike a wind farm or a solar farm, it doesn't need to be in that locations. There are other areas that could be used. For example, like the recent application about a batteries facility in Bishop Hope. And then there's also a recent application for a solar farm in the Impens farm area, which is also close to the area. And thirdly, although the energy security is important and the energy prices is also rising, but what we are seeing is the food prices is also rising quite rapidly. And it doesn't need me, I mean, I think we might struggle without electricity, but we will die without food. The climate change and the prices of the fertilizer have also gone up quite significantly. We need more farmland.
Councillor, 1 minute.
We need more farmland, not less. So it also contradicts segments of the Sedgemoor local plan like D14, safe transport and access. They've got the local resident has concern over the risk of fire, contamination to the area. So in summary, this is in the wrong locations. They are better alternative. It could damage an area of outstanding natural beauty. It contradicts elements of the Sedgemoor local plan. And by approving this, we are giving up food production for an energy trading system. I would urge my fellow councillor and the officers to reconsider the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wong. Our next speaker is actually with us in the room, so Councillor Alan Bradford, if you'd like to come forward to the speaker's table. Again, Councillor Bradford, as you know, you've got 3 minutes and you will see the time on the clock, so please start when you're ready.
Before I start, Mr. Chairman, for clarification.
Councillor Bradford, I think we need to keep to the, so if you want to
Okay.
clarify something during your comments, that's fine, but I need to be fair to the speakers on both sides, so.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Planning Committee members and officers. I'm here today to support this application. This application has really created a lot of interest and debate in Shearston and Thurloxton. It was a really hot potato in the Somerset County Council elections. For the residents of Thurloxton, this site cannot be seen. The site will be dug out very well, screened with soil and an abundance of mature trees around, and securely fenced with a height of 2.4 metres. The soil and the bungs will obviously obliviate. I've heard two sayings. We hear 30 containers this morning and 45. It'd be nice to know which it actually is. And whatever happens, this bung will cut out the visual impact of all that, very much so. Energy, as you all know, is a very topical subject. We hear about it every day. We hear about it this morning. And we have to look to the future as councillors. We have solar farms. We have now these battery farms, which works very much on the same principle as the solar panels on private dwellings. And you really need a battery to collect the energy when you aren't using it. And this is the sort of principle we're talking about today. We can argue about the access for hours. Lanes, the approach, there's several passing places, but obviously that can be very much improved, I think. I see the highways have no objection. Thurloxton Parish Council objected. Then it came forward to North Petherton Town Council and they supported it 100%, having noted that reasonable steps had been taken to minimise the impact on the area. It also falls outside the area of AONB, which I'm a member of on the Sedgemoor District Council. The SCC have no ecological objections. Now, mitigation was mentioned when all this started, and nobody from the area has come forward for nothing. Only fact that the highway may be made good when the works are completed. This is a major application lasting 8 months with certain lanes not being used, i.e. Shearston Lane, Nutscroft Lane. If any doubt or confusion lie in the members' minds, a site visit might be the way forward. I always found site visits very informative, and one of my favourites saying, the eye never lies. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker on this application is Nick Leaney. If you'd like to come forward, please. Well, again, just reminding you, you've got the 3 minutes. You'll see the time on the clock, and please start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman and councillors. The applicant has worked proactively with planning officers in addressing the key material planning considerations and undertaken site visits with the local community and also with North Petherton Town Council, who support this application. The proposed battery energy storage solution is widely recognised as an essential part of the transition to a low carbon economy and addresses the urgent need to reduce emissions, enabling the wider environmental, economic and social benefits associated with increased production of energy from low carbon sources. For us all to benefit from green and low carbon energy, we need to distribute it, and at a time of peak demand for us to wean ourselves off reliance on fossil fuels. Batteries help enable the continued development of renewable energy technology and the decarbonisation of the UK, firming up the security of supply for this country as we target net zero by 2050, which is well within the time frame of this proposal. The ability to connect into the grid is therefore critical. However, due to limitations in the electricity grid infrastructure, the choice of locations where such schemes can be brought forward are very limited, to the point that Western Power Distribution was specific to the proposed pylon on this overhead line between Bridgewater and Taunton. The nearest alternative site identified with capacity was outside of this council's area near Shepton Mallet. To clarify the previous speaker's point about Taunton Impens, the Taunton battery scheme connects directly into the substation, not into this overhead line, and the Impens BES scheme is a transmission connection, so again, directly into national grid rather than the local distribution network. The topography of this site and existing vegetation separates the scheme from the surrounding wider area. The design and the proposed landscaping scheme limits visual impact to the immediate area, and therefore no unacceptable adverse impact on the OMB will result. The well-considered landscaping scheme delivers a significant biodiversity net gain, well above the target set out by the government. Safe construction access is identified, and the noise assessment demonstrates that it will operate well below background sound levels at the closest residential receptors. A detailed battery safety management plan will be submitted to ensure safety risks are understood and accounted for, and the fire service has examined the application detail and has not objected to the scheme. In applying the relevant national and local planning policy, it is clear that the proposed development is compliant. A climate emergency has been declared nationally and locally, and if we are to fulfil that commitment, then all local communities have a responsibility to contribute to that transition to a low carbon economy, which this project delivers by supporting the integration of renewable energy locally. We therefore respectfully request that the application is approved. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Before I come to members, there are a couple of issues obviously raised by speakers. I don't know whether you'd like to address those, please.
So in terms of views from the public rights of way, the LVIA does take into account viewpoints from the footpaths in the area. Also, the site isn't adjoining the OMB. It is a kilometre away from the OMB, as can be seen. Sorry, I'll get the right. Seen it before, the aerial view. You know, that blue line is the border of the Quantock Hills AOMB. I don't know if there's any. Yes. So, and this is the viewpoint from the edge of the LVIA here. So viewpoint 5, as you can see, sort of highlighted, that's the sort of boundary of the AOMB, and that's views towards the site.
Just in terms of updated conditions, Mr. Chairman, there was the landscaping condition, just to ensure that although it is referred to by virtue of the approved plans, just a condition to specifically require the landscaping mitigation to be implemented as part of the scheme. And then we were just going to tidy up condition 3, which requires a condition survey to be agreed with the County Highway Authority. I think what we're making that clear is that that is for the construction phase. The decommissioning element would come through the condition we've suggested at the end in terms of the condition 14. That will get to the decommissioning element. So I think we just need to make it clear that condition 3 is that needs to be agreed prior to commencement. And that any damage to the highway occurring as a result of the construction phase is then remedied to the satisfaction of the Highway Authority.
Oh, and just to clarify the number of containers, in total it is 45. 30 of those are battery containers and 15 of those are inverter containers.
And could I just clarify in terms of that condition 3 that there is a trigger that actually it has to be, the works have to be carried out by a specific date in effect, so by operation, or what we would put something in there to ensure that that is clear, because I know that there have been in the.
Yes, so I mean, it's the line in the sand the Highway Authority wants, so that they can gauge the extent of any damage to the public highway as a result of construction vehicles. The resolution of that damage would be for them to agree, but the condition, it's just we need to be clear that it's to do with the construction phase traffic. So we will draft that up and agree that with the changes with Chair and Vice Chair after the meeting if the application is approved.
Okay. Members, any comments or questions, please? Yeah, we'll start with Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously a thorny and much disputed one, and I suspect it will come down to a number of arguments, and we need to stick to policy in making these decisions. I've got a number of questions. Is it easier to take them policy by policy as we go through this, rather than list things out in great detail? I just want to understand the recommendation in regards to CO1, where I'm reading that new development must demonstrate that there are specific countryside needs which support our local agriculture or local food producers, enhancement to the environment, and a countryside location is essential. Which of those policies is being met, please?
Thank you. It's the it would be the countryside location is essential. Through the sequential test and the justification provided by the agent, it was demonstrated that this location was sort of fundamental to this proposal.
Where I'm seeing the justification in the map we were shown, alternative sites were only looked at in the immediate vicinity. Is that my understanding?
No, my understanding is that the search area was limited by the available connection points, and then once that connection point was sort of narrowed down, then the local area was then looked at closer in terms of other constraints.
Yep. Sorry, I'm seeing Mr. Green and Mr. DeFries wanting to add to that. Is that correct?
I'm just going to cover off the national policy bit, because that bit perhaps wasn't covered very robustly within the report. Obviously, we've got the local plan. Obviously, we've got the national planning policy framework. What there is above that is national policy statements for energy. So there is an adopted national policy statement for energy, which is EN1, which does support the transition to lower carbon energy by 2050. There is a draft to that policy statement that's currently out to consultation but not adopted. And there is emerging documents coming out all the time in terms of supporting renewables and particularly supporting battery storage solutions. So the most recent of that one was, recently there has been an amendment to the electrical storage facilities 2020 exemption, which actually moved electrical storage facilities out of national significant infrastructure projects, because it would have fallen under an NSIP previously, and it would have allowed it to come under Town and Country Planning Act. So we're determining it as a planning application. Within the policy documents, it does understand there's always going to be a degree of tension between sort of landscape and ecological impacts of development, because of the requirement for the locations where they're going to be connecting onto the grid connections. I mean, the adopted national policy statement for energy was 2011. At that point, there weren't any battery storage facilities in the UK. It was noted that there would need to be in terms of getting the transition, and it is part of government strategy to allow for the battery storage locations, so that when there's surplus on the grid, for example, let's say middle of a sunny day and all the solar panels are channeling electricity back into the grid, people are out and about and not using electricity at that point. The purpose of the battery packs is they take the surplus energy, they store it, and then they release it. So it gives you more energy certainty in terms of delivery of timing for energy. So that's the background to it. The adopted policy doesn't help as much because it's dated before the evolution of this technology. The draft national policy statement does, but it's still in draft, but it does actively encourage sort of battery storage facilities as part of the lower carbon transition by 2050. So in terms of making a decision on planning applications, we have to consider the local policies in terms of the local plan. We have to consider the national policies in terms of the national planning policy framework, but we also have to look at the national policy statements, particularly for energy. But it's just a bit unfortunate we're a bit in between timing, because the 2011 one's too early, but does sort of note battery storage sites as having great capacity to assist. The draft national policy statement has a lot more support in it, but it's still draft, so it has not been adopted yet. So in terms of, if I can just raise members' awareness to the big picture in terms of what we should be considering these type of proposals against. The local plan is one part of it, but it sits within a wider energy framework in terms of government ambition for going sort of zero carbon by 2050.
Did Mr. Noon?
Yep. Thank you. And just regarding this selection of this site, it was essentially a two-phase approach. That we asked them to demonstrate that there were no other connection points reasonably available within the search area. And I think we did suggest that should be, I think 20 or 30 kilometres, maybe the whole district. And as the gentleman said, there are no other available connection points for this sort of technology. The ones that do exist have either been taken by existing facilities or have been booked effectively. We worked at this certainly when members on this committee may remember we had the one up in Axbridge for a gas-powered standby generator. This is effectively a battery standby generator. So it's a technology we would rather see, quite arguably, compared to a gas one. But again, the connections, they demonstrated that wasn't anywhere available that was sequentially preferable. And that's the same story we've been told here. So having identified that this is the only available one, and we've got no reason to doubt the justification they've been put forward, the slide that we put up then showed how this particular site was chosen for this infrastructure in a way that it would minimise its impact on the local environment. The AONB is obviously a key issue. That's a kilometre away, but the layout of the site is such that the mitigation measures are sort of designed to allow for the topography and to mitigate the visual impact from the sites where it is most likely to be viewed, which I think the blue ones, just there on this. If you just put up the LVI location points. So the blue ones being where the site would be most visible from, and those are the viewpoints where the mitigation has been designed. They had those viewpoints in mind. So that sort of takes us through from the widest selection down to the site specific, and then mitigating this as best as possible. And it's not a case that we have ignored the CPRE's comments. It's just, unfortunately, there was a disagreement between our landscape officer and our recommendation on what they've said. They have been taken into account. And, there's a site such as this will require mitigation. It's going to change the character, but we're saying the impact of that is so low as to be tolerable and not to justify the withholding of planning permission.
Councillor Evans?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your explanation. I do struggle to believe that this is the only pylon in the entire of the district that is suitable. Well, could be made suitable. I think that's remarkable. Thank you for bringing us on to policy D19 regarding landscape. I do note that you've mentioned that CPRE. You've also I think it was wasn't initially made clear that the AONB had objected and objected so strongly. I think in the report they have considerable objections to this. I'm wondering what weight we are giving to those objections, which seem to be contrary to our own landscape officer, which again seem to be contrary to the CPRE. This is clearly a matter of dispute between professionals. Am I correct in interpreting it that way?
I think there is a disagreement between the different parties. With planning, there is always a balance and a judgment that has to be made, isn't there, in terms of the weight to give to each argument. In terms of my recommendation, my landscape officers reviewed the LVIA that was submitted, and she was in agreement with its findings. So I have to take that into account. In terms of the objection from the Quantock Hills AONB and the CPRE, those are noted. The site is a kilometre away from the AONB. The LVIA submitted has a viewpoint from that, but with the landscape mitigation, it's considered that on balance, there would not be such a detrimental impact that would, outweigh the other policy sort of compliance of this scheme.
Just to clarify, it's not disputed that it's outside the AONB, but it's also not disputed that it's within the setting of the AONB as well, and that's clearly referenced in policy D19, isn't it?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, and so it is a material consideration, the AONB feedback as the and also the CPRE
Yes.
feedback. So there is a difference of opinion between professionals on that. You've gone with you decided to back one of the professionals rather than the other, and so but you accept that it's perfectly reasonable to accept either view.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So if we did object on policy D19 grounds, we have material grounds to do that because we have professional advice that that's correct.
Mr. Rees.
I think if there were concerns on D19, what I would encourage is a site visit. I don't want to encourage a site visit, but if you were of the opinion that from the photos that you can see of the LVIA that show the limited viewpoints of the site, if you can just do a section of the battery storage area, Millie, you had a section plan. So the battery storage area, which you could see potentially from the AONB, has bunding all the way around it, has battery storage containers that are lower than the bunding, and then landscaping on top of the bunding. So in terms of visual impact, with the bunding, with the landscaping, you know, officers are relatively comfortable that whilst it is a material consideration, it's a material consideration in terms of setting. Obviously, the closer to the AONB you get, the more important the setting. At 1 kilometre, you can see it just from the edge of the AONB, and then the question is, what degree of harm does that have? In terms of the MPPF, the AONB does have the highest status of protection, so it is a material consideration. But if you're looking at views from the AONB, from that viewpoint, from where you can see it, and this is why I would be encouraging a site visit if members are concerned, the question would be, what else can you see from that viewpoint? What else is already within that setting? What additional harm would there be as a result of the construction, with the bunding, with the landscaping, with the mitigation that's proposed? Is there enough harm that would outweigh the balance of the other planning benefits in terms of energy security, encouraging renewable development and the transition to the 2050 development? So it is a balance, and the difficulty is, and this does happen occasionally, with experts that have particular areas of expertise, they will focus on that area. So, you know, our landscape officer focuses on the LVIA, the viewpoints from the public footpaths, which were raised earlier by the OMB speaker. It looks at degree of significance and potential harm from those viewpoints. And then at the end of the LVIA, the landscape visual impact assessment, ultimately there's a recommendation in terms of what degree of harm can you get from which viewpoints and what degree of mitigation do you need to bring that back to an acceptable level. Now, with the policy statement, the National Energy Policy Statement, it does recognise that there will on occasion be balances between landscape harm and the need for energy security. So that is an existing tension that is known about sort of nationally. But that too is part of the planning balance in terms of energy security. So it is a material consideration. If members felt that strongly about it, I would strongly recommend that you don't make that decision within this hall, because I don't think you would have seen firsthand what you would need to see to be able to support that opinion.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think if we have a site visit, should we have a site visit, it would be helpful to have a balanced view of different experts as we are looking at those. It's not just the visual amenity that's referenced in policy, it's also the character that's referenced in policy as well. And that, I think, was the point that the gentleman from CPRE was making. I think that's the point that the AONB is making in their submission. I also just wanted to raise D14. I do find it absolutely astounding that the Highways Authority has not raised significant concerns about this. As local ward member, I have raised concerns about large vehicles in the vicinity of this. I think it's absolutely, you look at some of the narrowness of some of the lanes through Farringdon, Shearston and around the Kingscliff area, I think there is a need for considerable mitigation. I have a small members improvement scheme put in for this area to mitigate the impact of other development in this area. It's taken 5 years to reach the point where they're not sure what they can do, and we're about to give another permission for another application, which is going to be admittedly only in the construction phase, but during the construction phase will need significant large vehicle movements in this area. The roads in this area have some dilapidation already, and the condition just to restore them to their current dilapidated state, I find to be unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Alvey?
I would just say that the Highways Authority have been consulted a number of times on this and have been consistent in their response. And that's reflected in the conditions which they requested.
And should members be minded to have a site visit, it would be very helpful to have a highways officer on site to give his interpretation of what I can see. I like quoting Councillor Bradford because the eye never lies.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. Most of the questions that could be asked have already been asked and answered, really. Councillor Bradford made a lot of good points. I listened to him very intently, and yes, he made a lot of good stuff. So just a brief sum up. The AONB, according to this, will not be compromised. The visual impact is going to be minimal. This is compliant with the local planning policy, and that goes a long way in itself. The North Peryton Parish Council don't object. Highways don't object. Battery power is the way forward, and I guess we all know that. It just is. Battery power is coming in so big now, it's the way forward. A site visit, I'm not keen on site visits. It's not a big thing. Anything that can be sorted out usually is on the table here on the screen. You can deal with that anyway. So that's where we are. I can't sum up much more than that because everything that could be asked has already been done. But at this moment in time, I'm not keen on site visits. It's up to other people. And battery power is a way forward. Everybody else is on board. And by that, I mean the council, parish council and highways. Thank you for the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Chairman. Yes, obviously battery power is the way forward, but there's the right place for putting these installations. If I may, looking back through some of the supporting evidence, Western Power gave a statement where they've undertaken a sequential approach to the grid connection capacity within a 20-kilometre radius. And in here they say that they analyse each substation in terms of total capacity and then the headroom, i.e. the available capacity at each, both for the import and export of electricity supply, which is needed for a grid connection battery system. And then they provide a table. And they say that this place may show, there may be import headroom, but no export capacity. Therefore, the battery system could recharge from the grid, but could not dispatch into it. So it's not viable operationally. So I can't really see why we're actually supporting something that's not viable. We say that we have lower carbon energy capacity to be put into the grid, but where is it coming from? As I understand, there's no solar farms or wind turbines in the area, but does this open the doors for this facility near the ANOB? So that's a question actually to the officer on that one. Perhaps you'd just like to.
Okay, Ms. Alvey.
Sure, thank you. In terms of the energy it draws from the grid, yes, it can't differentiate between where that electricity's come from, but the batteries are needed as part of the energy strategy, because then once we have the energy, once we have the batteries in place, that then allows more renewable energy into the grid, not necessarily in this location, but generally in terms of the supply to the grid. So I hope that has that answered your sort of second
Well,
question.
that's what I thought actually
Yeah.
was the situation, but as it's already been pointed out, there are other substations nearby which take energy from the grid or put it back into the grid. I think the speaker that was supporting this said that this will go into a local network, but as I understand it, it will go into the grid. So the grid then distributes into the local network. So actually having a local capacity doesn't necessarily improve the situation locally. Also, using lithium batteries, they've got some, their eco credentials aren't exactly sound, so that's questionable. Also, I think being near the NOB, there's good reason not to support, because it will harm this landscape. So I will leave it at that at the moment.
Okay, Mr. Noon.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of the operational requirements of the applicant, we have challenged them on that. We have asked them to provide evidence to justify a location such as this. Now, I think there's 2 points to make on that. One, they know their business far better than anyone else in this room. We can't assume that the evidence they have given us is wrong. There is no evidence to show that that is wrong. And on that, yeah, that's all makes for a very difficult case in terms of an issue to have an argument about, shall we say. The other thing to point out, of course, is this is their business. They would not be proposing this if it wasn't going to work. So we do have to take, with a lot of things in planning, we get an enormous number of supporting documentation to justify planning applications. We have to rely on the professional integrity of the authors of those reports. If we spot an obvious problem with it, we challenge them and we query it. We don't take these things at face value every time, but we do need evidence to say that the submitted documentation is misleading or factually incorrect. And there is no evidence on that sequential point there. In terms of the construction phase, we got a construction management plan submitted with the application. It's 45 containers in the main compound. That's probably 45 deliveries, plus ancillary stuff coming in. At this time of year, when the harvest is going in and out, I suspect there's a lot more agricultural traffic on the road of similar size. And the highways officer is mindful of that existing levels of traffic. It's a passing phase. It will be relatively short in terms of commissioning. Yes, there will be some extra heavy vehicles on the rural road network, but the highways department have looked at that. They're mindful of the background levels of traffic. The supporting highway statement is mindful of the background levels of traffic. And if the highways officer is saying that can be accommodated on the road network, very difficult one for us to generate evidence to say that someone's got that wrong. I'm not aware of any evidence that's been put to us. And given that level of background agricultural traffic, no reason to assume that these roads couldn't accommodate an additional short phase of construction.
It was just to come back on the network capacity point. So this map that's up before you now, that's the sort of area, if you like, in terms of the existing substations, and then the substations are listed just below. So all of those ones that are listed, some of them have got import headroom, none of them have got export headroom. So you've read that right. What that doesn't do is list the one that they've picked. So what's missing from that table, if you like, is the site they've selected. So the assumption is they've selected the site they have because there's import and export room. But there's 28 other sort of network substations within that red area. And they're all listed in that table, but that doesn't include the one that they're proposing to connect to.
I'm sorry, sir. We can't take comments from. I'm sorry, we can't take comments from the public. We've had the public speaking time. Thank you. I've got Councillor Betty is next. Councillor Scott. So, Mr. Rees, do you want to clarify that?
Yeah, so the map above, if you want to scroll to the map above briefly, so the ones that are in that table are all of the ones within that red area, that search area. So within that red search area, there's a black dot, which is the site that they're looking to connect to. and then there's a whole load of other red dots, and it's the red dots that are listed out in the table below. That doesn't include the site they're connecting to. So what it does show is that some of the red dots within that red outline has got capacity for import, but none of them have got capacity for export within that red outline. But what we haven't got on that table is any information to do with the connection point they're actually making on the site they've selected. Does that make sense?
So you're saying the table is all the alternative sites
Within the red
within
outline,
the outline
on
of
that
the-
map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. I've actually been and done a drive past of the site. The highways comments do surprise me. Obviously, it is a country road, but obviously with what Mr. Noon has been saying about the agricultural traffic going down through there, there's obviously will be less traffic or as such after the implementation of this. It's only the traffic coming in. Also, the pictures I don't think really do it justice. I mean, when I was there, I thought it would be quite secluded, and I'd be in favour of supporting the officer's recommendation or either having a site visit so that the rest of you can actually see what the site is like.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
I regularly drive this way to see residents and constituents and regularly walk my dog this way. Just for context as well, it's not just the seasonal farm traffic that is the issue here. And as we're all aware, farm traffic has grown in size in recent years, but it's also the continual presence nearby of other facilities that generate traffic as well. We'll be aware of a grain processing unit that's been given permission in this vicinity as well. I have regular reports of damage to the highway from those vehicles. It's not surprising, and to people's property. It's not surprising given the size of the vehicles. I'm more than happy to share those with Mr. Noon on the regular basis that I get them, so that he is aware of the difficulty. I do share those with the Highways Authority, which is why I'm incredibly surprised by the Highways Authority's response. It's always disappointing when we have these comments here and we don't have the facility to question and try and establish the authenticity of what they're saying compared to the local knowledge of the residents and the representatives of this area.
Could I just ask a question in relation to the highways? Obviously, we're talking about two phases here. We've got the construction phase and the operational phase. Can you just clarify the volumes of traffic that we're talking about in terms of those phases?
Sorry, Chairman, I've just
Mr. Noon.
got the.
Can you put the mic nearer to you?
Sorry, I've got the construction management plan in front of me. I'm just trying to look for the exact figures. I mean, there's a lot of detail in there in terms of the construction phase. They're suggesting, I'm just looking for the overall numbers. They're looking at the largest type of vehicle during that phase that they're saying they will be allowed, or they will try to control it down to be a 10-metre length, so rigid vehicle length. And the majority of the equipment is housed in 20-foot shipping containers, so that would get it on that sort of a vehicle. I'm just having a look here for numbers.
But just to clarify again, in terms of the highways comments on page 9, they are reporting that there will be an increase in traffic during the construction phase, but it is unlikely to result in any material increase in vehicles during the operation. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I think just while Adrian's trying to find the exact figures for you, obviously for this type of development, there'll be a degree of construction traffic in the implementation stage. So the implementation stage is spread over the 2 sites. So one to the rear of the existing building, which will involve some land levelling and the creation of bunding, and then it will be the transportation of siting of the shipping containers or shipping container style structures. Then there'll be a small scale of engineering to connect the underground cable from the back site to the front site, and then again some modest engineering work at the front end of the site to connect it to the national grid. So there will be construction traffic during that time for the setup of the enterprise. Once it's set up, within the report, it's been specified it will be managed remotely. So it's not intended to have regular traffic to or fro. Obviously, if there are faults in the system or issues, there is CCTV cameras up. So that will be able to identify as and when sort of construction may be needed to go to the site to remedy any issues. But it's not something that in itself would generate traffic. So in that respect, whilst the limitations of the highway road are noted, they were considered to be sufficient to accommodate for a fairly modest construction period. And the condition, I fully appreciate Councillor Evans' point in terms of, the existing highway network may be a little bit questionable already with existing traffic. But what we can't do is require any development to make a situation better. But what we can do is require them to fix any sort of issues that arise as a result of their development. So the condition that's imposed doesn't require them to build a brand new sparkling road, but it does require them to reinstate the road to its condition prior to them starting construction on site. So hopefully Adrian's found some figures.
We found it. Ms. Elway?
Thank you. So on the screen is the vehicle delivery programme. So it lists a total period of 39 weeks for the construction period. During the, I guess, peak month, probably 5 or 6, as you can see, each week there would be, on the busiest week, there's 30 vehicular movements, and that's over a week. So in total, it's 299 vehicle movements during the construction period of 9 months.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Bolt and then Councillor Murphy. So if you could pass the mic to Councillor Bolt. Thank you, Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. Just going back to the siting of this, is the assumption that this site, I just need the clarification for myself, is feasible to import and export, and that's the reason why it's been chosen, and that's that one particular pylon that they're talking about.
Yes.
Ms. Elvey?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Murphy?
Thank you, Chair. Most of my questions have been answered by previous questions. I noted that I would like to explore just briefly the noise that's generated from this particular site. I noted that in the presentation you used the phrase, if you'll allow me to say, really used a good phrase, not unacceptable. And that was a double negative, which is slightly less acceptable than the words acceptable. So I just wondered, do you have the decibels or the whatever in the operation of charging the batteries and discharging them? Thank you.
Ms. Elvey?
Thank you. I'm fairly sure they've submitted a report, but whilst I'm looking for that, there is a condition that environmental health provided to ensure that the background noise, the noise of the operation of the development doesn't exceed the prevailing background noise excessively. There's also an acoustic fence. I'm just trying to, it's quite a big file.
So does that mean we don't know what the noise is, the noise level is?
The application was submitted with a noise assessment, so it did look at potential noise generation for the site. It basically concluded, so the technical noise assessment had been produced to accompany the planning application based on environmental noise measurements undertaken at the site and subsequently 3-dimensional noise modelling exercise. Assessment considers the potential noise generation from the plant associated with the proposed development in respect to sound levels for the area. The assessment was carried out in accordance with British standards and identifies the proposed development will give rise to rating sound levels that are below the measured background sound level in the area during day and nighttime period, thus giving rise to a low impact. And that is then conditioned by environmental health as well.
Thank you, I'm satisfied.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Kingham and then Councillor Bolt. So Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a few things just to clarify my peace of mind. It's actually fed from the grid in and out, so there's no generators on site. Regarding landscaping, obviously this is in a very sensitive area. Will there be a mixture of trees such as deciduous and evergreen as well?
There is a mixture of species
So
proposed.
that during the winter, it's still screened rather than becoming a container storage depot.
So on page 13, so the mitigation includes nearly 4,000 square metres of woodland screen and just over 1,000 square metres of planting to the southern compound, so the first figure to the northern compound. There is a mix of species proposed, and I know the landscape officer's reviewed it and she considers it acceptable.
So I'm not sure if Councillor Petty proposed it. Did you propose?
Don't think as yet I've had a proposal.
I'd like to move the recommendations and
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. I think after listening both sides for and against, a very good explanation from the officer on the application, and with that, I'm happy to second the recommendation.
And
Thanks,
just
Chairman.
confirm that's the proposal and the seconding is for the amended recommendations or amended conditions that were outlined by the officers.
It is for me.
That includes landscaping for whole period of regulation.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll add that.
So wording will be agreed with Chairman and Vice Chairman as normal to make sure it's legal. Okay. So if everyone is clear, we have the recommendation been moved and seconded to grant permission with the updated conditions as outlined through the discussions. Those in favour of that recommendation, please show.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And those against, please show.
1, 2,
3.
3.
I think that's all 11. Beautiful. Yep, that is clear. So that is clearly carried. So permission is granted 8-3. Thank you very much. Members. Straight in. We'll take a short 5-minute comfort break while we allow people to leave the room, and we'll restart in 5 minutes. Again, if you can turn in your pages to page 24, and we'll move to Burnham and Burnham-on-Sea. And I believe Mr. Noon, you're introducing this one, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It's an application for the erection of a number of attractions just to add to the offer that is available in the central part of the holiday village. These would comprise a mini aerial adventure, essentially a sort of climbing frame activity piece of equipment, bungee trampoline, sort of effectively to allow you to sort of bungee jump in reverse by being sprung up on elastic cables, a jump tower and climbing wall for climbing on, and then there's a sort of opportunity to leap off the top of that. And then there's a container bar that's just sort of basically one of those outside bars that would go in the central part of the site. In terms of the applications site, well, the wider area of the holiday park is outlined in red, and then the yellow circle is where these installations would go, which is just on the slightly closer up slide. You have the large building that is a sort of reception and function rooms, bars, and all that sort of facilities at the site. And then just behind that is a sort of swimming pool. It's actually much bluer than that now. I think it's also been refurbished since Google took this view. But an area sitting out around that pool, and then the equipment is going to go in this area along sort of basically an arc from the south side of it round just to the west side. So for the purposes of the red line, they're indicating access in from the west. The main sort of holiday maker access is in from the east up over in the top corner, and then the site with the sort of 4 little sort of rectangular shapes for each piece of equipment around the pool. And in slightly closer detail, there they are. They're numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 being the climbing wall, 2 being the bar, 3 being the trampoline bungee jump, and 4 being the sort of aerial adventure. And just sort of give you a slightly better detail there. You can see there's these are fitted in around the existing landscaping. No trees would be removed as part of this, although some shrubs would need to be, little planting area would need to be removed to get the climbing wall at number 1 in. So just really to show the site aerial there, and then just showing how that fits in on the aerial photograph. Okay, so then just to go through the pieces of equipment. This is the climbing wall. There's a small fence around it. There's a sort of mat to leap off onto in this sort of square here. And then these pictures don't really do it justice. They're sort of very much the technical drawings. I've got a better slide coming up next, which hopefully illustrate that better. It's a sort of tower with steps in it that you can climb up, and then you've got 2 jump-off points to go down onto the mat, and then there's the climbing wall round behind that. Now that's something that it's designed to offer sort of more by way of outdoor facilities for visitors. I think during COVID, they sort of had to diversify, provide more space for their visitors, and the visitors liked that, and they want more options to do in terms of outside entertainment, and this is what's driving this application. So, in terms of where this climbing wall and jump tower would go, I'm taking this photograph from the terrace of the bar area, looking sort of basically due west across the swimming pool, and this would go in on the left in this area here, and that's a sort of little bit of shrubbery that would need to be removed, but no trees come out as a result of that. And then just zooming in onto that a bit more, it's this area over here where this would go. And then just looking back at that, it's this area in behind here. And then just move on to the next bit of equipment, which is the bar. So going next to the pool, what number 2 is showing, a sort of a container bar with a bit of sort of wood cladding, just to enable guests who are sort of drinking and sitting outside, they would have the opportunity to buy refreshments from this bar area. And that goes up against sort of effectively the pool, sort of this area here, just the grass just short of the pool, facing sort of away from the pool. And then just moving on to the bungees, number 3, just down next to that tennis court under the trees. This is a sort of the typical appearance of them in plan form, not a lot to look at. But basically there would be the opportunity for 4 to operate at the same time, and basically you're pulled down, let go, you get the bungee experience. A typical one shown in the photograph at the bottom there. And that would go roughly where there is an existing single trampoline as a replacement facility for that. So you can see that there on that slide, and just slightly closer detail, so basically replaces that existing facility. Just moving on to the next bit, which is the sort of aerial adventure number 4. Again, a slide to show just sort of in schematic form and the sort of typical appearance of it once it's in place. And that would go in this area here, just to the left of that tree, just sort of in here. Just sort of give you some context here, just viewing into this central area from the immediately surrounding bit. You can see there's a lot of trees around this site. So we are looking sort of just straight into the site. Just coming in closer, you can see that sort of blue tower is over there, just on the left there. But in behind those trees would be sort of the area adventure. The trampolines would be over that way, and then sort of going round to the left would be below that tower sort of thing would be the bar, and then a little bit further over to the left would be the climbing wall. And then just sort of looking into the site, you can see the swimming pool. So that you can see over there the 2 white sort of upright poles there. That's the sort of the existing trampoline. So you would have another replacement bungee thing there. The bar would be sort of about here. The climbing wall would just be round behind these, sort of largely screened by these palm trees. and the aerial adventure would probably be the most prominent bit that you would see from there. Just moving round the perimeter a little bit, there is a structure there. That's an existing climbing and sort of jump tower. That is now redundant. It's reached the end of its life, and it will be sort of replaced by the facility that will be round over by the swimming pool. But again, as you can see, it's sort of very much a well-screened site. And then just sort of moving round to the west and sort of viewing across, there's a sort of, you see the pool there, you know, virtually no views into this part of the site, even from within the site. And then just sort of just wrapping all that up, just a couple of views, just to put it all in context. So looking back towards the main building, you'd have all the sort of the suite of the 4 facilities this application proposes, sort of from left to right across this scene. And then just going back to the terrace, and then looking back the other way, you would see them all there on the other side of the pool and in the foreground to the left of the pool, but with the trees very much in the background. In terms of overall context, we are talking over 200 metres from the nearest residential properties. Then that's to the boundaries of the site. So basically the back end of the gardens of those third-party properties. We have intervening trees, we have the intervening caravan site, and to the east of it, obviously, there would be the screening effect of the main building itself. So coming to the key issues, we are dealing with an existing well-established holiday site. It's within settlement boundary that wants to diversify its offer. That is acceptable in principle, subject to consideration of the impacts. Obviously the visual impact, it's relatively low-key stuff within this area. It would not be visible from any external views because of the intervening caravans and landscaping. It's a functional, very functional appearance appropriate to its use. No objection to that or to its wider visual impact. Not likely to generate any additional highways movements. This is a busy and thriving site. People are coming. This is about sustaining the business. The most likely impact, therefore, will be in terms of residential amenity. However, given the distance to the nearest residential properties, the screening that is available between this centre part of the site and those properties, in terms of the building on one side, there are caravans and landscaping. We do not consider that this would be any increase in noticeable activity above and beyond the existing park activities that are going on all around this part of the site. And on that basis, the recommendation is one of approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, you'll see we have a number of speakers. So if I could call Michael Wellman to start with, who I believe is with us. Good morning again. To remind you, you've got 3 minutes. You'll see the time on the clock, and please start when you're ready.
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. These plans have been drawn up as a one-size-fits-all. Although trials may have been successful at other haven sites, Burnham-on-Sea is surrounded by residential houses, some with young children, many bungalows with retired and elderly people, and a 22-room care home close by. This, together with the other application, will create more noise, nuisance, disturbance, and will not help shops, restaurants, and pubs in Burnham. They already have franchises on site, which make sure every holidaymaker's pound spent stays on site. If any jobs are created, they will be part-time, seasonal, and probably low paid. It's difficult to suggest they bring income to the town. The outside bar and new play equipment is designed to keep holidaymakers on site and not to use the town's businesses. More people on site outside will create more noise. The play equipment is designed as high adrenaline fueled activities for children, teenagers and adults. And with the jump tower at 8.6 metres high and the bungee trampoline now with 4 jumps at 7.5 metres high, you cannot put silencers on people shouting and screaming as they use these types of equipment. At the moment, we can hear noise from children playing in the outdoor swimming pool. Not a problem. but this will only increase noise levels. Sound travels, and this application can only have a harmful impact on residents. We are not talking summer holidays, but 8 months of the year, every year, and there isn't always a tree canopy to suppress noise, as the case officer assumes. I am sure we all want the Haven to continue giving enjoyable holidays and could easily relocate these to one of the 47 other Haven sites. Please do not sacrifice the quality of life of 400 householders for profit to Haven. I know from experience it is not easy to go against your case officer's recommendation, but on this occasion, we the residents have good reasons to object to this application and hope you will support us and refuse this and the one that follows. Thank you, Chairman and councillors.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councillor Barbara Vickers. Is Councillor Vickers in the room?
No.
Ah, you're with us online.
Yes.
You're going under another name on your camera. You've confused us.
I'm confused too.
That's all right, no worries. So again, just to remind you, you've got the 3 minutes, and I will let you know when there's 1 minute of that time left to go. So please start when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to reiterate that the Haven site is in the centre of a residential area with approximately 5,000 residents surrounding it. It's adjacent to 2 ecological areas, that's the River Brew and the Apex Park. Now, it seems odd to me that they've lumped together for this one application the container bar and adventure equipment in one application. I assume the adventure area is for children and the bar for the adults. One point made by the residents in their letters was the sound of dog barking and also the mower. Now, this is audible on the Brew Path and the Apex by the river, or frequently walk, or adjacent, that's adjacent to Holiday Park, as well as by residents that are nearby. And that is the point that the residents are trying to make. That if they can hear that, they will hear people screaming on the high adrenaline equipment. This is how the equipment can be described, high adrenaline. A scream generates about 1,000 decibels of noise, which will be heard more than 200 meters away. The high adrenaline play equipment will result in children screaming. Indeed, it is the thrill equipment that you may find in more remote holiday parks and is designed to elicit precisely that response. This is fine in areas such as Breen. There, everyone is on holiday and they are quite separated from the residents who have to think about work and studying. And I would recommend that you read all the residents' letters. Rather than looking to become a thrill-seeking park, perhaps the holiday park, given its location, should and could be looking at other points of interest. Because of the unique location of this particular holiday park in the centre of the residential area, which must be taken, I suggest that this is only open during the day from 9 AM and closing by 6 PM. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Within time. Thank you. Our final speaker on this one is Phil Marsden. I believe you're. Yes. Would you like to come forward, please? Again, you'll see the time on the clock. Please start when you're ready.
Good morning, all. The application before you seeks permission for additional outdoor leisure facilities at the existing Burnham-on-Sea holiday park operated by Haven. The proposal comprises 4 elements: a mini aerial adventure, a bungee trampoline, a container bar, and a jump tower with climbing wall. As described within the committee report, these facilities are small in scale and all 4 elements occupy a total area of approximately 0.1 hectares. The site is also located well within the central part of the existing holiday park, adjacent to existing buildings. The proposal is required to improve the range of leisure facilities within the park for holidaymakers. There has been a post-COVID requirement for more outdoor activities in holiday parks, coupled with the increase in UK-based holidays. It will also help Haven, which is a major local employer, to continue to attract families to the site in the future. This, of course, also has benefits for the local tourism industry and Burnham-on-Sea town centre. In respect of the principle of the development, this is supported by local plan policy BH10. This states that tourism proposals that promote a higher quality tourist experience will be supported. This will include extending the tourism season, providing new all-weather facilities, delivering a range of good quality accommodation, and contributing to an enhanced seaside offer at Burnham. The new facilities will also help to support healthy lifestyles, which is an objective within the NPPF. We are aware that a number of objections have been received from local residents, in particular with regard to noise. As previously mentioned, the application site is situated in the central area of the holiday park, adjacent to existing buildings and other leisure facilities. It is not on the periphery of the site, and the nearest residential dwellings are more than 200 metres away. This is a significant separation distance. Additionally, given the fact the site is located within an existing holiday park, the new facilities will not lead to adverse increases in noise over the current prevailing levels. It should also be noted that the environmental health team have not raised an objection to the application, and the bar element of the scheme has already been granted an operating licence. Other technical matters such as flood risk, visual impact have all been addressed, and the LPA has no issues with these. The LPA has thoroughly assessed the application and has recommended approval. We trust that you will agree and support this application, which will allow Haven to continue to invest in the site, which will have wider positive impacts through supporting local tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, and well timed. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Bolt.
Just listening to the officer's report with regards to it, to me, it looks like this is an update and improvement of existing facilities on the site. Maybe the expansion of from 1 to 4, 2 to 4 for the trampolines. So are those facilities on site unusable at the minute because they've reached the end of their lifespan?
Mr. Noon.
I believe the trampoline is still available for use, the existing one, but the big tower thing that used to provide the aerial adventure side of thing, that has now been in the process of being decommissioned. It's beyond its service life.
And the final one, the bar area, is already an existing outside bar?
No, not yet. I think the gentleman referred to the fact that it's been through the licensing process. They needed to amend their license to reflect their intention to put it in.
So that's a new bar as opposed to an upgrade of an existing bar?
That'll be a new outdoor facility, outdoor bar, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Hendry and Councillor Grimes. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be totally frank, I'm surprised this has got this far, and that's the way I see this. The holiday camp has been there for some 60 years, I think, something like that. And these holiday camps evolve as time goes by every year. They always try to update their equipment to make it a pleasurable experience for the children and families and the mums and dads, whatever the case is. You cannot expect somewhere like this to stand still. If they did, they wouldn't have the families that come back the way they do year upon year, plus new ones too. What they've been asked for the children, I suppose, or even teenagers, whatever the case, is acceptable for those reasons. There's no valid reason to ruin the holidays of families just because something is 200 metres from a house. There's a swimming pool there. Children's swimming pools and teenagers, they tend to create a lot of noise with shouting and screaming and so forth. I don't believe that these facilities would create any more noise whatsoever, absolutely nothing. I think the two things would be on par and on balance with each other. I have no reservations about accepting this and saying it should be granted. I absolutely don't know why it's got this far. On the back of everything I've said, I'm quite happy to recommend to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, and then Councillor Betty, and then Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a problem with this site. I agree with my fellow councillors. It's a well-run site. As been said, it's some 220 metres away from local properties. It's in an area, I believe, that already has consent for outdoor sports, and all it's doing is upgrading.
Tony, can you move the mic a bit closer because we're losing you a bit?
Sorry, did you? Yeah. It's well away from residential properties, some 220 metres away. I believe that the area has consent anyway for outdoor sports, and actually this is what it is. It's just updating what's already there. I don't have a problem with this at all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened to everyone at the moment. In regards to, obviously, we've got a time for when the bar will be open. Could we put a time on when this equipment can be used so that obviously it's not being used late at night or anything like that? Just try and limit the noise at night times.
Mr. Noon.
It wouldn't be an unreasonable thing to do. I mean, it's a matter of principle on equipment like this. Whether it would make any difference to what is experienced by the neighbours at their distance, I don't know. I suspect they have no intention of operating it late at night. It's that the area isn't well lit, and there's no sort of floodlighting of this proposed. It's in your gift. If members felt that was necessary to make it acceptable, you could do that. I suspect naturally they're going to do it anyway.
Betty.
If Councillor Hendry's fine with putting that in, I'd happily second a recommendation with that added recommendation of having a time limit, say at the same time as when the bar closes, the equipment is closed off as well. So that it gets people in.
It's degrees.
Just knowing how a bar operates and knowing how children operate, I would suggest a slightly different time frame for what's on the bar. The bar at the moment, I understand, I think doesn't open till 11 in the morning and closes at 11 at night. I think we would probably want the play equipment closed before that and probably opened before that if they're anything like my small children that get up ridiculously early. But if you're happy to leave it with officers to agree with chair and vice chair in terms of exact timing in discussion with the applicant, but I would suggest it would be sort of daylight hours, and the equipment isn't lit, so I wouldn't be expecting it to be open during hours of darkness. But obviously the exact timing of that would need to be agreed between the officers and the applicant, and then the wording with the chair and vice chair.
Councillor Henry, are you acceptable to that?
Yes, that's reasonable. No problem at all with that.
Councillor Betty.
Yep, I'm happy to second that recommendation. And you.
That was to be agreed. Okay. I've next got Councillor Murphy.
Hello. Right,
Yep,
got it. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would agree with the last speaker. I was going to suggest 8 o'clock in the same way as the licensing and gambling panel suggested. 8 o'clock in the evening, I think, would be sensible. My concern, of course, is residential amenity, and obviously we all have a duty of care to make sure that we are protecting that, especially from the point of noise and pollution from noise. I know that I've heard from some people that there can be people at 8 o'clock or between 7 and 8, even currently, they can hear people singing and know all the words of and who's the song by and etc. And people do from time to time. This is varying, of course, between those who are situated right by the fence and those who are situated further away from the fence. And some people even say they get more pollution from other places in Burnham-on-Sea and their attempts at music festivals and so on. The only thing I would say first of all is I have watched on video the operation of this, the bungee trampoline, which is usually used by relatively small children who are quite light. And I don't see any problem with that in terms of flinging them up in the air and they land down onto the trampoline. It looks quite a joyous thing for children to play in, and I would say it's targeted at the young people. My concern might be for the climbing wall. I don't know if you watched the recent games in Munich. They have a 15-meter climbing wall, which is Olympic standard, and they have two tracks, and they have a special noise that starts the thing off, and up they go, and they come down on what they call a free bungee. A belay is called, a free belay. They come down safely on the top. This particular climbing wall is 8.6 meters high. And I can understand from the previous speakers that it is a joyous thing to be in and not necessarily a screaming thing to be in. Like, for example, the bungee trampoline might well be, but not really, I don't think, in my opinion at least. But it is also available as a competitive sport. And this particular, it's true to say that this particular park was originally, when we came to Burnham-on-Sea 40 years ago, was a residential caravan park. And it won awards for ecology, for bark spreading and special species of plants and etc. and making little areas that were very, very, very lovely to be in. There was a great ambiance about them. And especially the fishing lakes and so on. All of that became a nature park in some respects, a place to go that was a haven and not necessarily a holiday park. It has morphed into more of a holiday park, but it's been taken over recently by someone who has keys, who already owns Butlins. And I can see that there is a move to create this sort of Butlin-esque type camp where they have lots of competitions amongst holidaymakers. And a climbing wall, if you consider the Munich example, is an example of a spectator sport where you have your children or indeed adults climbing up a wall and see who gets to the top faster and make competitions and so on. That would become a noisy sport, a noisy spectator sport in the middle of the whole arena. And that is where I think some of the concern might be, because I would be concerned that if I was living close to the park, which I don't, but if I was, I would think that people shouting encouragement and so on would create a volume of noise that could be unacceptable. Or so I would like to say that whilst I would not object to the park increasing its facilities and making things more acceptable to holidaymakers, certainly I would ask that the noise be monitored in the same way as the noise is being monitored or projected to be monitored on a regular basis in the park. And I like your idea I think from 9 o'clock to 8 o'clock would be certainly the maximum that we could have these facilities being operated. I would suggest that and would support Anthony's suggestion. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, Mr. Noon.
Thank you. Just to clarify the height, it's 7 meters to the top of the wooden structure, and then there's another 1 point or so, 2, I think it is, of that to that rail that you can see along the top there. So that's the overall height there. The rail is for tying on stuff, I think, to come up and down the climbing wall, and then you leap off from those 2 platforms you can see there onto the cushion thing. In terms of the size there, I think it's more of a sort of leisure thing. I don't see the obvious competition potential of something of this scale. We've got to bear in mind, though, that it is a very large operational holiday park. The events that they organise within their own space for their visitors are beyond us in planning terms. If they want to organise competitive this, that, or the other. So from that point of view, the noise of using this equipment, I think, would be very, very difficult to distinguish from the noise of the holiday park as a whole. So I would certainly suggest we want to steer away from a noise condition specific to this equipment, because I think it would be virtually impossible to discern that from the background noise. I think if there is a concern that the noise will be difficult to live with for the neighbours, I think the hours is the way to go. and we would attempt to agree that with the applicant. And we may, we would probably have to bring it back if we couldn't get an agreed condition. The members would have to reconsider it without, in light of what discussions. But yes, certainly taking away sort of 9 or 10 in the morning to no later than looks like about 8 to match up with the license they've got would be the starting point there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. May I reply, Mr. Chairman?
Please do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noon. I think the concern of everybody that I've heard aired on various sites is this whole question of screaming. They've talked about it. Several people have talked about it. And so I would say to you, I agree with everything you said, Mr. Noon, except the fact that we are looking at something which is a precursor, something that, if approved, will create a precedent, meaning that it would be difficult to object to other proposals and perhaps extensions of other proposals. So I would have to say that the noise, I think the potential for noise here from the audience looking at its children is greater than you are alluding to. So I would like to say that my suggestion would be simply to extend the licensing conditions. I know we can't do that ourselves, but the licensing conditions of saying noise monitoring, etc. It would take not a lot to do. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Mrs. De Vries.
Thank you. I think we've very much heard the debate in terms of the timing of the equipment, which we're quite happy to go back and agree with the applicant, and then wording to be agreed with Chair and Vice Chair. That in itself will limit disruption outside of sort of sociable hours, so to speak. In terms of licensing, it is a separate regime to planning. If there were an issue separate to planning, they have the ability to reconsider their conditions. So if there were an issue through licensing, they can reconsider it. Planning and licensing sit separately, but there's no harm in duplicating the timing condition for the sake of the planning application. But the licensing always gets considered separately to planning.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hayward and then Councillor Evans. So Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. Having spent last weekend at Alton Towers, the last thing I would say is that these are high adrenaline activities. They're clearly designed for younger kids. I think it's adding something to the park. I think it should be welcomed. The highest adrenaline seems to be the wall that people jump off. And given that there is one there already, that from what I can gather, no one's complaining about, it's just replacing something that's there. So I will certainly support this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Evans, then Councillor Bolt.
Chairman, if I was being asked to leap from a 7-metre high platform, there would be considerable screaming, but that may just be me. The sentence in the Town Council objection I just want to clarify is that it says that a tree curtain has been removed, which might have filtered some noise in some areas. Are we able to expand on what the Town Council means by that sentence, please?
Mr. Noon.
No, I'm afraid I can't, because I didn't see any evidence of any tree removal on the part of the site that I visited, which was obviously the central area here. The photographs, I think, don't show any stumps at all or anything. I was just going to the main aerial. There's obviously a lot of this site. I did not walk all of it looking for trees that had been removed. It wasn't on my agenda when I went out. That much said, the photographs I think I've put up from within the area so it does show that the views are at this time of year very limited. To the east, they would be, in my opinion, entirely screened by that existing building. To the north, to an extent, the existing building will screen, but you do then have 200 metres of intervening caravans and trees and bits and bobs associated with the park. So I cannot say hand on heart there haven't been some trees removed somewhere from this site, but not in the area where we're looking at today, and there's no obvious loss of trees that would diminish the screening of this part of site. If I may, a couple of other issues did come up. In terms of environmental health, They haven't got any records of complaints about noise from this sort of part of the site. There is obviously that existing tower. It's not a jump tower. I just stress that point. But it has provided aerial entertainment for children, and there doesn't seem to be a history of complaints relating to its use. That's not to say a new facility offering a different experience wouldn't create noise, but I think given the size of it and the location of it, that noise would not be so detrimental as to, create a fundamental problem. Another point that was raised was ecology. The site is not designated. I cannot say, what there was there 50, 60 years ago when it started, but it is in a buffer zone, Apex Park down to the southeast corner. That's sort of county wildlife area. And then obviously you've got the sort of the estuary, and there's all the wildlife destinations that go with that. But this site, given the distances within the setting, is not considered that the proposal gives rise to any ecological concerns. The other one is just sort of impact on sort of people as a whole. We are obviously a planning committee. There is the sort of the duty of care in terms of public sector equality duty. There is no reason, in my opinion, why allowing this would introduce any form of discrimination against anyone with any protected characteristics in terms of existing residents or in terms of visitors to the site. They are, from what I saw, there is provision within the site to cater for all manner of visitors with all manner of needs. Obviously, by nature, this equipment is not going to be instantly adaptable for all, but with reasonable care, the operator will be able to make all steps to ensure that all their visitors, regardless of characteristic or disability, would be able to get the maximum out of their stay. And as such, I don't think there's an issue here for this planning committee in terms of the public sector equalities duty. I think that is discharged.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt. No, you had it addressed. Okay. Are there any other further questions or comments from members? Yes, Councillor Scott. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, it does look like it's an updating of the current facilities, which is to be welcomed. I was just concerned about lighting. I think Mr. Noon said that there wasn't any envisaged extra lighting, but just assurances that there won't be.
Mr. Noon.
But certainly there is no flood lighting proposed of the equipment. There is some sort of, as you probably expect with an outside bar, there's some strings of fairy lights going up. Those are not considered to be objectionable. They're shown on the drawings. If members were particularly concerned about that, we could cover that with a condition that any additional lighting beyond what is shown on the drawings would need to be submitted to and agreed in writing with us if you felt that was prudent. Given the nature there's quite a bit of external lighting already.
Okay. Yep, Councillor Evans.
Yes, I would feel more comforted by that condition if the proposer and seconder would support that. Councillor Hendry, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Do you agree?
Yes, that's absolutely fine. I'm okay to go along with that. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Betty.
Fine. I'm also fine with that.
Right. So this would be an additional condition of restricting any additional lighting relating to be the wording of which to be agreed.
No external lighting other than what's shown on the drawings should be installed unless it's been agreed in with us. The one thing I would just highlight to that can only cover the red line area of this application. So obviously outside of that.
Okay. So members, we have the recommendation to grant permission which has been moved and seconded with the additional conditions relating to hours of operation of the equipment to be agreed with the chairman and vice chairman and in negotiation obviously with the applicants, and an additional lighting condition as outlined by Councillor Noon, again just wording to be agreed. Sorry, did I say Councillor Noon? I'm so sorry. Mr. Noon. I'm not sure there's a promotion or a demotion there, but it's okay. So members, are you all clear as to what the recommendation has been put? All those in favour of that, please show. Looks to be unanimous. That is clearly carries. That is unanimous. Members, if you can turn to page, I believe it's 32, and we remain on very much the same area. And Mr. Noon, if you could introduce this one, please.
Thank you. Slide check. So the same site, the Haven Holiday Park, the same part of the site.
Adrian, could you just put your mic down a bit? It's sort of sticking up.
Sorry. So we remain at the same site, in the same part of the site, and this proposal is for the erection of an outdoor stage. There are a few bits and bobs of ancillary stuff in terms of some storage huts, which I shall show in the slides. So again, it's the same area. It's in fact where the existing tower is, which would be removed to facilitate this. The red line for the purpose of the application showing the same access or service type access in from the west. And in more detail there, so the existing tower is gone. You have a sort of stage with a canopy over. The back is to the sort of northwest there, and then it opens up into this sort of grassed area where we looked at on the previous application, and the bar would be just over here, which I think is probably co-sited to a degree. So looking there, just how that fits in on the aerial, looking towards the very much functional area associated with this central part of the site. In terms of the stage itself, you can see the stage raised area, the canopy sort of domed over it, and then at the back of it there is a sort of screen that could project sort of, basically films. Anything they want to put on it is like a big large screen, as we're looking at behind me. Either side of it, the orange and the yellow ones on the left, those are two sorts of storage huts, as is the blue one, and then the purple and the pink ones, just simply flats. So they're just a screen so that people can sort of get on and off the stage from those huts without being seen by the audience. Just to put that sort of there, just trying to line those up. So you've got on the lower part there, you have a stage, 6 meters wide, 3.5 meters out in deep. So not a very large one. You then got the two little flat bits here that are just simply to screen people coming over. There's a dressing room. The blue one would be a dressing room, and then storage and stage equipment on the left-hand side in the orange and yellow huts. And then just sort of the two side elevations there, you can see the huts. There's a fence around the back, and then you can see the stage sort of 3.5 meters from front to back, a sort of domed roof over the top of it. And then the rear, which you would see sort of obviously from the back, from the holiday cabin side of things. So that's a 1.5, sorry, I'm just looking at the heights there. Sorry, it's 2.1 meters high, the fence. So enough to provide screening of what's going on around the back of that, but very much within the site. The high point is the stage, is the canopy itself. So back to the view from the terrace at the bar, looking across the swimming pool. So you've got the fix on it there is the tower, which would be removed. So you would see it over there at a sort of much lower than the tower, which I would guesstimate is about 8 meters high. So there is the tower that is removed. And then again, just sort of looking in from that sort of around this central part of the site, be in behind that sort of bank of trees. Then just sort of looking into the site from the same viewpoint that I showed you previously. So you've got the trees, and this would be in round to the right behind the hedge, effectively. There's a continuation of that hedge. So as you go into that central area, you would see this stage on the right. And then just again, another sort of within the park view. So you would probably see it a bit higher than that end unit from that perspective. This is really just to give you an idea of the screening effect of the main building. It's in behind there in the trees. I think you even struggle on this one to pick out the top of that tower, but it would be in sort of over here somewhere. In terms of where it is relative to nearby residential properties, because it's a bit further over, you're looking at around 280 metres to the easternmost properties and about 200 metres to the northern boundary of the site. That's, yeah, obviously then allows, or there's some space beyond that to the actual nearby dwellings. So very, well, in fact, identical to the previous set of considerations. We are dealing with an established holiday site that's looking to diversify its offer with an outside stage area that would also enable sort of films or any sort of events to be sort of projected. In terms of its visual impact, it's well screened and again is functional to appropriate to its intended use. Again, it's a facility at an existing holiday park. The holiday makers are coming anyway, so it's not going to generate any additional increase in traffic. So really, as with the previous application, the key issue here is, I think, the impact on residential amenity. There is a considerable distance to the nearest residential properties. We are surrounded within the site by sort of trees, screening, other caravans, etc., that will provide for a degree, well, so I think very good visual screening, but there will be the concern raised quite understandably that sound from this stage would transmit to the nearest residential properties. Again, that would be heard in the context of the existing park activities. However, subject to conditions, and principally what we've done here is lift the conditions from the licence that are appropriate for translation into planning. So at the top of page 38, bullet points from the licence in terms of the control that has been put in through the grant of the licence amendment, because obviously the whole premises is licensed, so they needed this to be allowed for. And we have duplicated the ones that we feel are relevant in planning, are enforceable and meet the tests of a planning condition. So our suggestion there of condition 3 is the hours of operation, 11 in the morning till 8 p.m. And that would cover the use of the stage, any associated lighting, screen and sound system. So that's the whole kit and caboodle. There is a seasonal restriction on it that we feel makes sense translated into planning. So it's essentially sort of spring till the end of October, dependent on when Good Friday falls. And then condition 5, an unusual one in planning terms, but I think it translates quite well from the licence in that there would need to be a limiter device, sound limiting device that has been agreed technically with us in advance, set at a level agreed with us in advance in consultation with our environmental health colleagues, and crucially include something to prevent it being tampered with by unauthorised persons, and thereby operated in accordance with the approved details thereafter. So I think subject to those 3 conditions to control the use of it and the sound level coming from the stage, my advice is that this is acceptable and can be made acceptable by the imposition of appropriate safeguarding conditions, and the recommendation is to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, you'll see we have a number of speakers. If I could ask Gaynor Brown to come forward to start with. Good morning. Just to remind you, you've got 3 minutes and you'll see the time on the clock, so start when you're ready, please.
3 applications were passed for Haven during lockdown. These were the noisy ones. These introduced everything outside and a late night bar till 2 a.m. They were passed without any public notification whatsoever. That, I'm told legally, is illegal. Right. The noise impact assessment is total rubbish. It misses the whole of the end of Maple, the whole of Margaret Crescent and Quantock Court, all the closest areas to be impacted, and they're just gone, they're not on it. None of the maps show those closest residents and the stage on the same plan, so you can't possibly judge how close they are. We paced it and it was 223 feet from bedrooms where children are trying to sleep. It claims we won't hear any of the stage racket because the bird song's too loud. Never mind late night gulls. Right. There are vital documents missing, no floodlighting information, and yet there's floodlighting there for the stage. No LVT, no wildlife assessment at all, and no justification of need, which is another requirement. As for security, we're constantly being invaded now through fences that they refuse to repair. And now you add 2 8-meter high towers and floodlighting, and we're left wide open and living in what looks like a World War II prisoner of war camp. Constant felling of the trees in the last 3 months has left it in shreds. It's not capable of baffling a bird song, leave alone the stage. Right. The scream element in all this is completely new. The officer's report completely misses the legal arguments too. Enshrined in UK law is our right to the quiet enjoyment of our homes. And in 1934, SDC put a covenant on Philpotts Farm. It was split in 64 and all 4 parts have that covenant on it. And it clearly states no obnoxious activity will be permitted on this site. That makes all 5 applications illegal. And it's not a one-off gig. This is 240 nights continuously, right? 15 hours a day of boozing, and then add prep, drinking and clearing up time. There's barely 4 hours left to sleep. And that's if the stag and hen parties don't start between the sheds, because they do now. Right. Barrow and Breen are louder, but they're not surrounded by people's homes. It's a major development. It will change the character of the town, drive away the tourist income that we've all worked so hard to get and that the traders rely on. It'll threaten the economic viability of the entire town. Right. This is everybody's life here. And you can stop me, but you started it early. Bourne own 48 other havens, Warners and Butlins, and they control a huge chunk of the UK tourist industry, and they're leeching it dry. They invest none of their own money, so they take no risk.
Thank you.
They claim to bring customers to the town, but every bit goes back.
Thank you.
Yes. Anyway, you
Excuse me, please. The next speaker, we're joined again online by Barbara Vickers, please, if you'd like to turn on your camera and microphone and just confirm you can hear. Is the town council representative present still? I'm not seeing them on my list. Has she gone offline? Okay, do we have her presentation that she was going to make? Is that one?
48, isn't it?
If you can, do you want me to start that and you read that out? That's the same. Yeah, go.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's right. Is Councillor Vickers back with us, please? Barbara Vickers? Councillor Vickers, can you enable your microphone, please, so we can hear you? We'll give one last try, and if not, then we will read out the statement from the front. Councillor Vickers, can you please turn on your microphone if you can hear us? I'm not getting any response here, so I think at that point we will read out the statement. Ready.
This holiday site is in a very unique location in the centre of a residential area, and care must be taken regarding this and further developments within the site. We are convinced this will cause a noise nuisance to 5,000 residents in the surrounding the holiday park. We believe the noise survey was flawed, only taking place in low season, and the batteries went on one of the monitors. There were only 2 anyway. Modelling was based on 2 very flawed scenarios, and then so-called adjustments were made. Neither of these included monitoring of similar equipment in operation elsewhere. Even their data collected within the holiday park shows high noise levels and this was in the quiet period. We believe that noise from the stage will prove to be a noise nuisance and request a more accurate set of data from existing similar venues may be collected from other sites where this is operational or down at Breen. The argument that this data provides background information does not really hold up because there is no comparison to what it will actually be, and yet the decision to consider planning permission is proceeding. All of it is based on seemingly flawed models. In their modelling, the noise report compares the crowd and stage noise to a football match with no reference to crowd size or whether it was at goal scoring time, and then divided the result by 4 to adjust the crowd and noise level. Was this based on a crowd at Manchester United or Burnham Rovers? Or even if it was a game that included goal scoring moments? In fact, we believe that the noise level used in the modelling and included in the report was an average over a 1 hour period, so we do not even have the benefit of the changes throughout that period. There appears to be no adjustment for alcohol levels, as there clearly will be alcohol on sale from the container bar. So as well as the sound from the stage, you potentially have the influence of alcohol, which has the effect of people becoming louder. There is no actual noise limit given in any report for the stage. Certainly, many of us have sat in our gardens and heard someone else playing loud music, but not played through enormous speakers, and many may know how irritating it can be. Usually these times are infrequent and not protracted, but the holiday park is able to operate the stage for long periods of the day. Every day they are open. Permission from licensing is from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. for live entertainment and up to 11 p.m. for films, so potentially 12 hours of use per day, 7 days a week and approximately 26 to 30 weeks a year. None of the noise studies included noise into residents' gardens or houses, although permission may have been given if requested. We also believe that the tree line that is referred to in the noise report is sparse with regard to noise screening. This is information from a resident.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Phil Marsden. If you'd like to come forward again, please. Okay. Please start when you're ready.
This second application seeks planning permission for a small outdoor stage with screen. It will be used for small-scale performances intended for children, such as puppet shows, and the screen will be used to show family films. The stage will be sited adjacent to the outdoor leisure facilities proposed within the previous application. The stage will measure 6 metres by 4 metres and will be up to 4.8 metres high, so it's clearly small in scale. Similarly to the first application, this is required to improve the facilities within the park to maintain the popularity of the site as a family-friendly destination. The principle of the development is again supported by local plan policy BH10 because it will promote a higher quality tourist experience. A number of local objections relate to the generation of noise from the stage. And as previously stated, the site is not on the periphery of the site. It is located in the central part, adjacent to other buildings, with the nearest dwellings being over 200 metres away. Due to the family-friendly nature of the use of the stage, noise levels will not be excessive. The environmental health team has no objection to the proposal, but has suggested conditions. The first will limit the use of the stage to between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. daily, and the second requiring details of amplification to be agreed with the LPA beforehand, and the third controlling the time of year when the stage can be used. These restrictions mirror those attached to the approved licensing application. In light of the proposed use, its site location and these conditions, it is clear that noise levels will not be an issue for local residents. Other technical matters such as flood risk, highways, visual impacts and biodiversity have been addressed, and the LPA again has no issues with these. The LPA has thoroughly assessed the application and again recommended approval. We trust that you will agree and again support this application, which will allow Haven to continue to invest in the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, before I come to members, obviously there were some issues raised by speakers, which I'll come to officers on both sides and meet with. The issue of the covenant, I'll come to our legal representative, but also, and then to Mr. Noon in terms of the sound report and also the distances that are being quoted and the other issues that were raised. So if I could start with our legal team, do you want to just give us the background onto what the role is of a covenant in terms of the planning process that we have before us today?
Thank you. My understanding, and Mr. Byrne, I think, alluded to it, was that a covenant was put on the land some significant years ago. It's not clear from the wording of the covenant what is meant by obnoxious. It's not clear whether or not it could be, it's a consideration for planning in the current climate, and therefore I think it is not something that you should be worried about in your considerations today.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Mr. Noon.
Thank you. Just a couple of points that were raised by one of the speakers. Firstly was the one about the number of applications being determined during COVID without reference to local residents. Unclear what applications the speaker was referring to. In terms of planning applications, the history is set out in the officer's report. There was one, and I do remember going through the system for some safari tents here. That was certainly subject to public consultation. Now, whether there is some licensing applications that are being referred to there, I think that's probably the case. And how they were dealt with, I have no knowledge of. But if there was an extension of licensing hours, that would have been dealt with on other matters. And certainly there are no sort of planning conditions here that would affect that in terms of the wider use of the site. A lot of issues were raised in speaking that sort of would seem, and I don't want to sort of denigrate those comments, but would seem to relate to the wider operation of the site. And I don't propose to, to go into those here. Obviously, there is an enforcement complaints procedure to deal with that sort of thing. However, so the merits of this application, I think I haven't heard any speakers sort of objecting to the appearance of it. It is the impact of its use, and quite understandable too. The hours of operation have been negotiated down from what was originally applied for. It was originally wanted to go till 11 at night to show films and 9:30 or so for other activities. We have negotiated that down to 8 p.m. In terms of the noise report, I understand the gist of noise reports, but I'm not an expert on them. The environmental health officer has far more expertise than me and did not raise an objection to the methodology or the approach of that noise report. So I don't see that there is a fundamental problem with that. In terms of where they did their measuring, it was, let's go to my last slide. That shows, I think, they didn't go up to Quantock. Is it Quantock close there, to the 218 metre one? But they did go to the nearest one to the north. And their results, their testing was done in quiet season. Now, that's not a problem with this, because the noise issue that we frame a planning concern in is about increase over background levels. So to do it at the quietest time of year actually does the applicant a disservice, because they're then saying, well, how much noisier will it be than the quietest time of year, rather than peak summer when the background noise is of a holiday park. So we've got a very good understanding of the increase in noise. The existing noise levels were low. They're generally around about 50 decibels. That's a noise level that on other applications, our noise advice from environmental health is that that's appropriate for a garden. We try to mitigate down in new gardens to sort of under 55 decibels. So the existing noise levels measured were sort of perfectly tolerable for gardens. What they are saying here is, I'm just going to the conclusions here. So they have gone through lots of noise measurements in terms of what the stage would be capable of creating. They then had to sort of try and factor in how that noise would then travel across the site through the various intervening sort of caravans and trees. And the conclusion of the noise report, just going to the end of the report, try not to go too fast, I did. I will read the conclusion here. Where is that? Okay, so a baseline noise survey was undertaken to quantify existing noise levels across the site with the resulting data set to inform the assessment. The noise monitoring comprised of unattended continuous measurements over a representative midweek and weekend period. They have set the noise limits for the entertainment noise generated from the proposed outdoor stage and predicted noise levels to residents. So they've established what those noise levels are to residents on Maple Drive, Brew Crescent and Atlantic Crescent to the east, and Maple Drive is the one to the north. Based on the noise survey results, entertainment noise limits have been set on the site to be achieved through the speaker system to minimise the impact on noise-sensitive receivers according to the relevant guidance. So what they're saying is we will set this up such that the noise levels will not travel in such a way as to create a noise nuisance to the neighbours or an obnoxious impact by the wording from that, I think, 1934 prior to Town Country Planning Covenant. And what we're saying here is that subject to setting those noise levels through that condition number, I think it's 5, and agreeing those noise levels that have been sort of projected in this report, and we'll get a second look at those through the discharge of the condition. They're saying that the nuisance at the edge of the site would not be noticeable above background levels of the existing holiday park activities. That's the case they're making. We get to set those conditions. It won't take away residents' right to complain about noise if something goes wrong with that. But in terms of reasonable planning controls, are they available to us so that we can reasonably mitigate the impact of the development? And our environmental health officer is saying yes, subject to these 3 conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got councillors Bolt and then Grimes, so we'll start with Councillor Bolt.
Thank you. Could you go back to the rear view of the stage? The fencing being put round there, is that acoustic panel?
It's a timber fence. I mean, the sound is directed the other way, to the front, but no, it's not an acoustic. It's not specifically designed as an acoustic fence.
I'm wondering if that might sound from speakers goes 2 ways. Whether that would actually reduce it any further. I don't know. It doesn't show what height the speakers are going to be at or positioning of any speakers on the plans.
It's in the report. There's a sort of subwoofers going under the stage, and I think the speakers are probably sort of suspended in the frame of it. It would be normal. I'll just check. Right, the proposed sound system will consist of 4 technical I don't know what the 4 speakers, 2 under the stage subwoofers. So there'd be 2 under the stage subwoofers and then 4 other speakers not under the stage. So they'll be on the stage, around the stage. I'm not saying exactly where they would be. And then there's obviously a sound system to manage the noise from that. And that's what we're suggesting we look to control, that sound system, management system. That's the right way of putting it.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a well-run site, at least 200 metres away from residential properties in a holiday area that was established many years ago. With all the conditions in place, I believe this is acceptable within this site. But we'll listen to the rest of the debate before I draw my conclusions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a follow-on, obviously, from the last one that we had up. Holly Marine itself, established 1963. As Councillor Murphy pointed out, it was bought over by Butlins some years ago. It'd be unfair to suggest that Holly Marine would morph into a Butlins. That remains to be seen, and that's not for contention here today. As before, it's a seaside town and they have a holiday camp, and people who come here relentlessly year after year are new customers existing. They always expect upgrades and updates. This stage is in the middle of the camp, I believe, or very close to the middle. Noise has been taken care of as far as I can see and heard from the case officers and what I've read. 200 metres again, the same as the last one from the nearest houses. There's caravans and trees in the way to obviously offset noise as well. One of the very important things is the stage does not intend to play music, specific live all day long. It doesn't. That's not the issue here. As one of the speakers pointed out, it could be puppet shows, it could be films. There's a lot of things going on here. It doesn't actually mean it's going to have loud music all day right from the moment. Swimming pool noise from children's swimming pools, young teenagers as it is, they tend to scream and shout and have laughs and do what they're doing. So one actually complements the other as regarding noise. You're going to have the noise from the swimming pool, and if you had any noise from the stage, they would intermingle and you wouldn't even know the difference anyway. There's a lot of complaints, representations here, which just do not add up at all. And I have to point them out because that's the way it is. A devaluation of houses. We as a planning committee don't decide that. We don't even talk about it. It's not on the table today for discussion. Loud dog barking, noisy grass cutting, ice cream van music. How that comes to be hand in hand with a new stage, I don't understand that at all. I just don't get that. Devaluation of house, we've done that, loud dog barking. Disturbance from lighting and impact on wildlife. Well, if you have a stage there and there's already wildlife, whatever that wildlife we're talking about, it's not going to suddenly run away or fly away because there's a stage there. If it's there, it will be there, and that's what happens. At this moment in time, I've got absolutely no problem at all with this. It's an addition to a holiday camp, to enhance the holiday camp, to enhance it for the families and the children who go there. People expect that. That's just the way it is. And the holiday camp was there before the houses. At this moment in time, absolutely no problem at all, and I'm happy to recommend a proposal to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Got Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's constant references to when the holiday park was established are not really relevant to the thing we're looking at today. We're looking at it as it is today. And we must at all times be considering residential amenity in everything we do. My concern is, I wanted to ask you, first of all, on a point of clarification, when you read out the submission from Barbara, because she mentioned that the films could be shown up till 11 o'clock, and I think that was wrong. It should be up till 8. May I just clarify one thing, and that's the only thing I'm really thinking of. Obviously, we are saying that this stage looks fine, it's operational, it's not a problem, it's not even large. The screen is very large. And am I able to assume and be assured that all films, all screenings, in other words, of football matches, for example, will cease at 8 o'clock? Is that correct? Thank you very much. Are you nodding, Adrian Noon? Mr. Noon?
Once you finish, Councillor Murphy, I'll come to Mr. Noon. Do you want the question answered there?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Noon.
That would be the effect of condition 3 on page 39.
Very much.
Okay, I've got Councillor Evans and Councillor Scott. So Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much. I'm on page 38, the last of the bullet points, which says hours of use limited to between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. I think we've established that's in the condition now. Thank you for that question. And then it says for plays, films, live and recorded music, performance of dance and entertainment, not karaoke, boxing or wrestling. We've had reference to football matches being shown on there. Which side would they be? I'm also mindful that under these conditions you could play Baby Shark for 9 hours, which would certainly be unacceptable and obnoxious.
I don't think we are suggesting that we impose any form of taste through this condition. What they show on that screen or do on that stage between the hours of 11 and 8 is down to them. Whether there's a licensing control, that's a different matter. But we're just saying the use of, because there's so many variables, virtually impossible to police. I mean, you could say no football match, and then they show a football film. We couldn't distinguish between the two. So I don't think we go there. We just the hours.
So just to confirm, we're looking at hours of operation. We're not looking at what the content is.
We're not looking at the content, no. Sorry, sorry, Dawn. I've just, in terms of the sound levels, I've now found the most helpful bit of the report. Basically, what they're saying is those sound setup will be the 4 speakers and the 2 subwoofers. The 4 speakers, they're assuming for their purposes of their sound exercise, are 4 meters above the ground, which would probably be commensurate with being on the stage. With the setup they're suggesting using, they are saying that the noisiest bit would be right next to the stage. It will taper off 10 meters away, and then they're saying in the pool area it would be 60 decibels. That's a contained area up against the building, allowing for the dissipation of sound across the site to the nearest properties up to the north and to the east. They are predicting that the sound of the stage at the levels they're going to set it at would be in the 30s, 30 decibels, which is lower than background noise, which is why they say there is no problem, because they've set the background noise at the lowest level they could by doing the tests out of season. So background levels are sort of 40-ish, 40, 50-ish. The predicted noise from this screen is the theoretical exercise, obviously, because you can't do it on its own because there's always some background noise. But theoretically, that's in the 30s, therefore it's lower than background. So the impact is not unacceptable. It's perfectly acceptable. Put it like that.
I think Mrs. De Vries wanted to comment. I'll come back to Councillor Ribbons.
Thank you. Just for clarity, the bullet points that are on that page, they're bullet pointing the restrictions that are set out via the licence. So we are replicating the time limit one as a planning condition, but the bullet points cover off the licence restrictions. But again, it's separate from planning, but it was bullet pointed so that members have got that information.
So again, just for clarity, it's the bullet points that are on page 38 are the licensing ones.
They're the licensing conditions.
The conditions for the planning are on page 39 and 40.
Yeah. And then it was just Adrian slightly beat me to it in terms of the range of sort of noise limits for the neighbours. It ranged from 27 at the lowest point up to 39 at the highest point. Just in terms of context for members, when we're looking at new development, we are aiming for 55 decibel noise levels in the back gardens for new residential properties. So given the range that we've been given, Environmental House were quite happy with it. But that does, of course, still leave it open if future operations are such that noise is unacceptable. That can be generated through the complaints process through Environmental Health.
Councillor Evans.
Yeah, I do take the points of the difference between licensing and planning. However, we're seeking to understand whether we're looking at Punch and Judy shows or we're looking at a football match with people drinking at a bar. And there is a big difference between the two in terms of residential amenity on neighbours. I'm sure you'll understand. We're just trying to get some clarity on what this application is for and its use. And I'm still not clear as to whether it's going to be used in association with the bar application and drinking alcohol and watching things like football games, as opposed to children's entertainment.
Mr. New.
We can't rule out that, well, not in the coming World Cup, so they won't be open. They won't be using this in November. But for future World Cups or European Cups, I'm sure they would want to show the matches if they finish by 8 o'clock. And I'm sure people will drink. And I'm sure if England's doing well, I suspect the neighbours will also be watching the match and drinking.
Well,
it's a one-off. I think we're just all trying to sort of imagine too much going on here. It's not set up to be sort of Monday night football in the pub. It's a family site. It's predominantly sort of kids shows, given the times it's open on the stage. there is provision to show something on the screen, but that would have to finish by 8 o'clock. It could be football, it could be cricket, it could be wrestling, it could be a family film. I'm suggesting that we don't go there in terms of saying what they can or cannot show.
According to the licensing, it can't be wrestling. And I just hope the football doesn't go into penalties.
Okay, and just to be clear, the use of this screen and stage is for the residents of the site. It is not for outside use.
That is exactly, yeah, if that is the case, we're not suggesting a condition to control that, but it would see, the site is incredibly busy at this time of year. I'm not aware that they are generally inviting people in as a resident, whether you can go there or not. I don't think we need to get involved in that.
Okay, I've got Councillor Scott and Councillor Hayward. So, Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. You've just asked one of the questions I was going to ask, because that could be of concern, I guess. Yeah, I like the limiting of the 11 to 8 p.m. And as the operator has said, they're trying to make it a child-friendly destination, which will probably limit what they show on their stage. Well, of course, it's going to be weather dependent. I guess it's outside. But going on to the 31st of October, I think it's probably dark at 8 o'clock. So will there be limiting on lighting again?
No.
I don't know is the answer to that. I mean, there is some lighting already in this area that's outside of the red line of the application site. The screen will be a source of light in its own right. So I think, yeah, watching the thing here, something here, if it's before 8 o'clock and it's dark, is probably doesn't need external lighting because you'll see it anyway.
Again, if there was any concern, the condition that we put on last time was no additional lighting over and above what's in the application.
Yes, there is lighting within the frame of the screen there. So anything that's, yeah, we could add that a lighting condition, say that any lighting not forming part of this application, you know, you want to add anything else needs to be agreed in writing.
Okay. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. I think the main concern for me is that the sound level is through equipment. And what I'm not convinced about is that there won't be a temptation at some point if as Councillor Evans says, live music is down there, that additional sound equipment doesn't get brought in for live music, and God forbid that it's a thrash metal band or something. That I would be concerned about.
Mr. Noon.
Dawn, sorry.
All right,
I've just asked him to try and multitask, so apologies, it's my fault. In the noise assessment, there is a plan that shows the noise levels. So I'm just trying to get Adrian to get that up to share it so that you can have a look at how they've looked at the noise concentration at point of source and how that dissipates as it spreads out. The condition on the planning application limits the noise output through the system. That in itself would limit people coming in and plugging into the system. But I take your point, if it was a band bringing in their own comms, but that would be for site management to make it very clear that there are sound limitations on the system and that they would have to adhere to those. If they didn't, I'm almost certain there would be complaints from residents through to environmental health, and they would find themselves being subject to monitoring, because we do monitor breaches of planning control. So if we needed to set up monitoring at particular points along the boundary, that could be done. But the system itself is set up to be capped at a certain level, which is where the noise assessment information has come from, and we are controlling that by condition. And this is the plan that shows the noise dissipation from the centre. So as you can see from the centre of the site, where the back of the building is, where the pool is, the climbing equipment and the stage, it is louder in that location, and then the noise dissipates as you get close towards the boundary. But in terms of condition, there are conditions in place to ensure that that's the noise levels experienced by residents, and it will be an ongoing site management issue in terms of maintaining those noise levels on site. And if they were breaching them, I'm sure we would hear about it from the neighbours, and then we would investigate them through enforcement.
Okay, I've got Councillor Evans.
Do we have that, the diagram on screen at the moment? Do we have that with the residential housing marked on it, or can you indicate where the residential housing is? My eyes, I regret, are not good enough.
Yeah. Hopefully that's a bit clearer there. Along the top there, you can see a number of residential properties outlined. So the northern boundary is basically here. You can see it coming along here. This and then the guard. These are the properties in Maple Drive, and then over here you've got Brew Crescent and Atlantic Crescent, and the sort of the blue and white dots there are the properties themselves. So there's a bit of garden behind those.
Thank you. I'm seeing a pattern which I would describe as fingers coming out from the centre, which kind of implies that there are some areas where where the noise level would be more obtrusive than others. Am I correct in interpreting that diagram in that way?
Yes, I think that will reflect all gaps in the vegetation or buildings where noise can leak out through. The yellow bits have all, and the yellow bits are, well, the yellow is 54 to 57, then it gets a limey green, 51 to 55. And then we're less than 42, the darkest green, which and then just 42 to 45 is the next shade of green. So by the time you get up to here, well, I think we're in the sort of 42 region. So yes, there is some of the holiday units will experience slightly elevated noise.
So it's the two lightest greens that are within the 50 decibel.
Yes.
Area. Okay, it would be quite helpful to see a line on that map to show it. Just trying to picture which are in the 42 to 45, etc.
So that takes up to the northern boundary there. So we're in, at worst, by the time we get to the boundary, at worst, the 42 to 45. But I think, so that's this colour here. And then the darkest is what you get to at the edge of the, right at the edge of the slide, which is less than 42. So the predicted levels are in the 30s, which is obviously the less than 42. But the existing background levels are in the 40s. So the theory is it doesn't add together. The higher one masks the lower one. So you don't end up, if you've got background of 40 odd plus 30, theoretically from this, it's not 70.
Not 70, no.
You hear the highest one.
No, I do get that.
Which I'm thinking aloud, apologies.
Yes, no, I do understand that. The diagram could be clearer, and that would be more helpful to understand this. And I hope the applicant also learns a little bit about the acoustic spillover from this as well, and could perhaps look at ameliorating some of the fingers, if I could use that terminology. We've also had the resident talk about tree planting not being consistent or not being, and if those things could be addressed by the applicant in conversation, I think that would be really helpful to alleviate our concerns about this proposal.
Certainly, I will follow up the tree issue.
Okay. I've got Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened to this long debate today on both applications. I believe Councillor Hendry's proposed it. I don't think there's a seconder, so I'd happily second the recommendations.
Okay, can I just confirm with both of you that you're happy with the additional condition about no additional lighting over and above what is in the application, or any further lighting would require consultation and agreement from the local authority? That's agreed. That's agreed. Okay. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions from members. We've had the recommendation to grant permission moved and seconded. All those in favour, please show.
1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And those against, please show. And any abstentions? So that is clearly carried, so 9 in favour, no against and 2 abstentions. So permission is granted. That's the last application we have speakers present, so I'm going to suggest that we take a short 5-minute comfort break again to allow members of the public to leave if they wish to, and then we'll restart. Right, members, if we make a start, we're going to go to page 19, now back in your agendas. We're back to Bridgewater now, and Ms Alve, you're going to introduce this one for us, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello again. Hello. So the application before us is at 57 Hamp Green Rise in Bridgewater. The application is for the proposed subdivision of existing dwelling to form 2 dwellings, and also the installation of a boundary fence and sort of associated works. So this slide lists the relevant policies of the local plan that are applicable to this application and the main considerations. So the application site circled in yellow, it's in the south part of Bridgewater within an existing residential area. To the west is the Robert Blake School. So the application site is a corner plot property with Hamp Green Rise to the north and Hamp Street to the southwest. And the application seeks consent for the subdivision of an existing 8-bedroom property to create 2 dwellings, a 4-bedroom property and a 2-bedroom property. No external changes are proposed. Here are photos of the property. So as you can see, it kind of fronts onto the corner with Hamp Green Rise, but also along this road here.
Hold on, it's not showing on the screen.
Oh.
Oh, I've got it on my screen, but
Yeah,
it's not overhead.
on the back screen.
Can we, is it anything internal? We've all got it up on our laptops, but it's not on the.
It's on the laptop.
Okay.
Don't know.
Everybody's on the laptop.
No, fine.
So that's there. That's that one, is it?
No. That one.
Ah, it is now. Okay.
Just carry on, yeah. Okay, so here are the photos of the property. So the application site is within the development boundary for Bridgewater, and therefore the principle of an additional dwelling is acceptable. No external changes to the building are proposed, and minimal works are required to facilitate the conversion. So there's not considered to be any detrimental impacts on both visual and residential amenity in terms of neighbouring residents. Both of the proposed units would meet and exceed national space standards, so the amenities of future occupants is also not considered to be undermined. In respect of highway safety, the overall number of bedrooms is less than the existing property. The development is not therefore considered to generate a level of parking that is dissimilar to the current arrangement, and there are large sections of unrestricted on-street parking in the vicinity of the site. It is for these reasons that the proposal is considered to comply with the relevant policies in the local plan, and the officer's recommendation is to grant consent with the standard plans and time limit conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from members, please? Yes, Councillor Kingham.
Thank you. What actual amenity space do they actually have for these properties? Not very clear on the plan.
So it is quite limited. So you can see on the block plan the existing site and then where the dotted line is that they're going to subdivide the site. So there is some amenity space to sort of the side and the rear. Can you see that?
So one will have less than the other. I mean, so obviously it's, as the highway said, the extra use of highways for parking isn't going to be no more what it is at the moment. So I don't have a problem. I would move the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Could I say I second that?
You could. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other indications around the room from anyone, so we have the recommendation to grant permission moved and seconded. All those in favour, please show. That would appear to be unanimous. That's clearly carried. Thank you. And that moves us then on to the next application, which is back in Burnham-on-Sea on page 41. And Ms. Elvey again.
Thank you. So yeah, we're in Burnham-on-Sea. This is the application at 19 Margaret Crescent. It's for the erection of single-storey extensions to the north and west elevations, partly on site of the existing footprint, which we demolished. So this slide sums up the policies of the local plan and also the neighbourhood plan that are relevant, along with the main considerations. So the application site lies within an established residential area to the south of the town centre of Burnham-on-Sea. The application itself relates to a semi-detached bungalow sited to the north of Unclassified Road. The proposal seeks consent for the erection of single-storey extensions to the west and north elevations. The proposal will create a garage to the north part, as you can see, with the driveway there as well. So this slide shows the elevation drawings. So at the top we have the existing elevation drawings and then the proposed elevations. Then we have photos of the site itself. So photo A is the site as viewed from the road. Photo B sort of is a view of the boundary between the application site and the neighbouring property. Photo C shows the west elevation, so the existing conservatory. And then photo D sort of views towards the neighbouring property to the northeast. Photo E shows views towards the west boundary. Again, there's a conservatory there. Photo F is a view across the boundary towards the neighbouring property. So as you can see, there's quite a distance between the two properties, I think is what these photos are sort of showing. And then the other photos show where the north elevation is and sort of the rear of the property. So the extension is considered to be visually acceptable due to its appropriate size and scale, and a condition will be used to ensure that matching materials are used. In respect of residential amenity of neighbouring properties, all elements of the scheme are single storey and are an adequate distance from other dwellings to not result in an unacceptable level of overshadowing or overlooking. A third-party representation makes comments relating to the noise impact during construction. However, it is not considered appropriate to use conditions in respect of this, as the scale of the development is relatively modest, and therefore the time frame of construction is limited. If a statutory nuisance does arise, this would fall under the remit of environmental health. The Highways Authority considers standing advice to apply to this proposal, and in respect of this application, this requires the resultant property to be served by an appropriate level of off-road parking. The development will provide this appropriate level of parking within the curtilage of the property and is therefore compliant with standing advice. A third-party representation also refers to the potential of the property to become an HMO. Planning permission would be required if an HMO for more than 6 individuals were to be created. For a smaller HMO, this would not need planning permission. However, as the property is in an existing residential area and has suitable parking provision, it's not considered appropriate to remove this permitted development right. The application is considered to comply with all of the relevant policies of the local plan and neighbourhood plan in respect of these matters, and as such, the officer's recommendation is to grant planning permission with the usual time limit and planned conditions, plus conditions relating to biodiversity enhancement measures, matching materials and flood resilience measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Councillor Facey. Can you put your mic?
Not used to that. I've not had a chance to declare an interest, Chairman, as a member of the Highbury Town Council, but I have not attended any relevant meetings relating to it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any comments or questions from members?
This will carry on, Chairman.
Yeah, please do, Mark.
And having read it through, it seems quite clear, even to me, Chairman. I'm quite happy to support the officer's recommendation and grant permission.
And is that a proposal?
That's a proposal, Chairman.
Councillor Hendry.
Best friends we are. I'm quite happy to second that. No problem at all. No argument. It's fine. Second it.
Thank you. Again, I'm not seeing any other indications around the room, so those in support of the recommendation that's been moved and seconded to grant permission, please show. That's unanimous as well. Right, members, if you could turn in your papers to, I think it's page 93 and the reports. That's section 6.1 on the agenda. Will be taken through by Mrs. De Vries, with the first one being planning appeals received. On page 93. And I've run out of filler. Mrs. De Vries.
Right, so planning appeals received. We've got an appeal received for a retrospective application for erection of a fence at 1 Walnut Drive, determined under delegated powers. And then we've got 2 appeals for prior approvals. One was proposed change of use of agricultural building to a dwelling and associated works under the same address but different reference numbers. So I'm assuming different buildings in slightly different parish boundary areas.
Okay. I'm not seeing any hands raised questions on those, so we'll move on to 6.2 over the page.
Okay, this is appeals decided. There has been another one that's come in since the publication of this report, but for the case for this committee, it stands to the south of Church Hall, Main Road, Weston Zoyland. It was outline planning permission with all matters reserved for 2 semi-detached dwellings, which was self-build. We did refuse planning permission for that, and it was dismissed.
And again, I'm not seeing any indications, so on to 6.3.
6.3 certificate of lawfulness for an existing use. So it was a certificate of lawfulness for use of land as domestic curtilage and occupation of the lodge as a dwelling house. That was granted planning permission.
Okay, and on to 6.4.
And this is my favourite. 106 agreements. We have actually issued 2 of them. So Bats Coach House, Newton Road, that was an application, outline application for 7 residential dwellings. That one's been pushed through the door now. And there was also a modification of a planning obligation for land off Haygrove Road. They changed the tenure of 2 of the affordable housing from social housing to shared ownership. So it required them to vary the 106. So that was a variation to the 106.
And again, I'm seeing no comments or questions on those, so thank you very much. Members, I think that brings us to the close of this morning's business, so we'll close the meeting now and we'll restart again at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Welcome to the Development Committee. I'm Councillor Filmer, I'm Chairman of the committee this afternoon. Just a couple of notes on the housekeeping notes before we start the agenda proper. I've not been told there's a planned fire drill this afternoon, so if alarms go off, then they are the real thing. Your safe exit is through the rear doors where you came in, and we'll show you where to safely congregate. If you require toilet facilities during the meeting, they're through the double doors in the middle of the back wall and through the lobby. If you need to have a drink, there is water jugs and glasses over to my right-hand side on the side of the room. And if I could ask members, both in the room and online, and also members of the public, if you've got a mobile phone with you, can you please make sure it's turned off or at least turned to silent so it doesn't interrupt the running of the meeting. Just so you know who's in front of you this afternoon, to my right are officers from our Democratic Services and Legal section. To my left are officers from our Planning Department who will be outlining and giving the details of the applications before us this afternoon. And on the wings of the table, slightly uneven tonight this afternoon, there are the members who will be debating and ultimately deciding the applications. The meeting is being carried out as a hybrid meeting today. That means that we have members who are present in the room. They will be ultimately the ones making the decisions. You have to be present within the room in order to cast a vote. But we're also joined through Teams by members of the public and members online. I would just remind everyone that the meeting that's going through Teams is being recorded and is available online after the meeting should you wish to re-watch the proceedings of today. The format of the meeting is as per the agenda that's been circulated, and for those who are joining us online, that is available through the Council's website. We'll take each application in turn. The officers will outline the application details, and then we'll have the public speaking time. For members of the committee, just to remind you, the microphones are controlled from the rear of the room. You don't need to switch them. And again, for anyone who's speaking, again, the same thing applies. The microphone at the speaker's table will be turned on from the rear of the room. You don't need to worry about doing that. Once we've had the public speaking time, members will then debate the application and will ultimately, as they decide. We will have once the debate has taken place, obviously there's a proposer and a seconder. They'll propose either to grant, to refuse, or to defer the application for some reason, and then that will be taken as a vote and we'll announce the result. If we move on, I think, onto the actual agenda itself. First item on this afternoon's agenda is apologies. Do we have any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I've received apologies from Councillor Pearce, Perry, Glassford and Councillor Granter for this afternoon, and possibly Councillor Hayward.
Thank you very much. I think all other councillors are now present. Next item is urgent business. I've not been advised of any urgent business which isn't on our agenda. Item 3 is public speaking time for members of the public. For those of you who registered to speak today, as I mentioned, we'll have the outline and background of the application given by the officers. I'll then ask you to either come forward to the table to address us if the speakers are present in this room. If they're joining us from outside, we'll ask them to enable their microphone and camera and just test that it works so that they can address us. Once we've had those comments, I would just remind you that you have 3 minutes to address the committee. Again, for those of you who are in the room, you'll see there's a clock. It counts the time down so you can see how much time you've got left to go. For those who are outside the room, they can't see the clock, so I will have to interrupt them when there's a minute to go just to let them know that they are starting to run short of time. Item 4 on the agenda for us to look at now is the declarations of interest. Are there any declarations for this afternoon's business? I'll start with Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Chairman. Page numbers 61, 69, 77 and 86. County and or ward member.
Thank you. And just to confirm, you've taken no...
Yeah, sorry, I've taken no part in anything.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Pages 48, 55 in my county division, taking no part in any discussions. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Page 48, I'm the ward member for Axvale, and I confirm I've taken no discussion in this matter.
Thank you. And likewise, myself, the application on 48 and 55, because again, they're within my county division, and I've taken no part in any discussions on those applications prior. Councillor Evans.
Page 86 is a personal friend of mine. I will leave the meeting for that one, though. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For members of the public, it's important you know if members have a background in an application. So where you've heard a member has declared that they have a friend who is a close friend who is involved with the application, they've declared that and will leave the meeting and not take part in any of the discussions on the basis that that relationship might prejudice their views. The other declarations you've heard from members are a declaration called predetermination. So it's basically making sure that people don't make up their mind before they come to this meeting. The policy that we have within this committee is that you either get involved at the district level or you get involved at the town and parish level. You can't do both. If you get involved at the parish or town level and in fact you've been involved in the decision making, it may be perceived that you've already made your mind up because you were involved at that earlier stage. So you've heard today from the members who've declared that they've not taken any role at that stage so that they could come to this meeting and be part of the decision. Had they been involved, they would leave the meeting, not be involved with the discussion or in the vote. So that's why the declarations have been given today. Mrs. Nicholson.
just to reiterate to councillors and members of the public, the declarations that you've made, same as this morning, I'll convert those into the new code of conduct to reflect the new wording. Okay, just so you know.
Thank you very much. So we move then on to the next item on the agenda, which is the planning applications themselves. The first one is Chapel Allerton, and we're on page 46. And I believe, Mr. Lloyd, you are joining us through the wonders of Teams to make the presentation. Can you just confirm that you can hear us and that we can hear you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Planning permission sought for a change of use of ancillary accommodation above a garage to a holiday let at Manor Cottage on Scotland Lane, Chapel Allerton. The application is before committee due to the objections of Chapel Allerton Parish Council. Firstly, that it is in breach of condition 4 of planning application 15/1201, which prevents business use of the garage store building limited to the domestic and private needs of the occupiers. Secondly, that the site is overdeveloped, and I'll show members some aerial photographs and a site plan from which members can make that judgment. And thirdly, the introduction of a business in this location would not be appropriate. The report sets out considerations surrounding the principle of the use on pages 51 and 52, and I'll go on in my presentation to talk a little bit about that in due course. So this is the site plan from the committee report, with the site outlined in red and highlighted in blue. This is a remote aerial shot of the settlement, which shows the site with a blue star at the southwestern edge of the village. And sort of panning in closer now, this is the site itself. So a large detached property fronting Scotland Lane with an outbuilding, and then towards the corner at the junction, there's the garage with a sort of lighter clay roof and the Velux windows, which is the subject of the application. So I'll just show members now a few photographs from within the site. So this is a view of the garage outbuilding. I believe it was constructed in 2017, or the permission was 2017. So you can see there's 2 car spaces and some roller shutter doors to a store, behind which there's a downstairs bathroom. This is the side view showing the entrance to the upper floors. So the door leads to the staircase and also to the ground floor bathroom at the back, and that window serves that bathroom. So a few photographs from inside now. So that's the shower within what is a larger bathroom. Upstairs now, this is a view of the accommodation. So in the foreground are the stairs, and the bedroom would be located at the far end of the upper floor there, where the weights and the bench are. And then sort of standing by that sort of weights bench, looking back towards the stairs and the far end, and that would be the sort of lounge, kitchen, diner for the holiday let if approved. So it can be seen that while head height is limited in parts, there's plenty of natural light, and the upstairs accommodation affords small but high quality accommodation. So this is the close-up of the site plan, showing the property to be a substantial detached family home set within generous grounds. The use of the accommodation for holiday purposes doesn't involve new built development, and officers consider therefore that the site is not overdeveloped. Turning now to the detailed plans, this is the existing arrangement with a garage in for 2 cars, the store and downstairs bathroom, and then that open plan ancillary accommodation at first floor. And then the proposed plans effectively have that upper area subdivided, as I explained when showing the photographs, with the bedroom at one end and a lounge kitchen down at the other, and making use of the downstairs bathroom as self-contained tourist accommodation. Pardon me. Apologies, Mr. Chairman. Just give me a second. I think we're back up and running there now.
We're not in the slideshow as yet. We're just seeing the overview.
Apologies. I've come out of the slideshow.
Yeah, you're back in the slideshow. We've got reasons for committee consideration in front of us at the moment.
Bear with me 1 second. And I'll leave that on the proposed plans. So that concludes the presentation, Chairman. There's plenty of parking. Don't consider it to be an overdevelopment. And as a small scale development, it does sort of make use of what is now accommodation which is surplus to requirements. The applicant does have previous experience of running a successful bed and breakfast in the village. The house and grounds building are all maintained to a very high standard. And now the family circumstances have changed in 5 years since permission, and it's no longer needed as incidental accommodation. Officers consider that it could be put to good use as quality letting accommodation. So notwithstanding the parish's concerns, the application is recommended for approval as providing a small but positive contribution to tourism on the tourism economy. Thank you very much. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As members will see, we've got a couple of speakers on this one, so if we could ask Jasmine Blakemore to come forward to start with, please. Good afternoon. And yes, please do. And just to confirm, you're speaking on behalf of the parish council today. Okay.
Representing Chapel Allerton Parish Council. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. So we do object to this application, and the grounds being that we feel that there was a breach of condition of an earlier planning, which didn't sit well with us, because the planning in the beginning to convert the garage said that it would be only for private use. So now it seems to be going over to a commercial type of use. We also have concerns that the drainage and the sewerage could be problematic with more people, and we don't know that a biodigester is in place. We do feel that it is overdeveloped, and the members of the council, the parish council, feel that there is enough holiday accommodation in the area. Just along the road there are chalets, and there's plenty of accommodation, that it seems that this is not necessary and would not benefit the neighbourhood. In fact, we do feel that in time it could be used maybe for something more permanent. So it was unanimous that the parish council are very much against this development for the reasons I have just given. And the breach of condition seems to be quite serious on the condition and the approval given in 2012 for private use only. I think we should establish that that really is not
advantage to this application when we see what has happened in the past. So that is the view of the Chapel Allerton Parish Council, and I thank you very much for your time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elaine Ashby. If you would like to come forward, please. Okay.
Is it okay if I stand?
It probably, to be honest, if you wouldn't mind sitting, because then you're nearer to the microphone, but particularly for those who are not in the room, it picks them up better.
Okay.
And just a reminder, you've got the clock in front of you, you'll see the time, so start whenever you're ready, please.
Right, good afternoon, councillors. I am Elaine Ashby, the applicant. We applied for change of use of the existing ancillary space above the garages to a holiday let in order to provide good quality accommodation for visitors to the area. There is no additional work required to the building. It is a straight change of use. There have been concerns raised by the parish council that the proposal goes against a condition attached to a 2012 consent. However, that is misplaced. This is a different building erected under a 2017 consent, which gave permission for ancillary use to the main property, which is why we have now submitted this application to gain consent for use as a holiday let. There is a bathroom in the building which connects to the existing septic tank. And we have had no problem with this since it was connected under building regulations control. Market research suggests there are a number of larger, more expensive holiday rental properties within a 3-mile radius of Manor Cottage Studio, all which have good occupancy rates, which would suggest a similar smaller studio style accommodation would place itself in the market very successfully. I have experience in the tourist industry and have operated guest accommodation within the village in the past and gained the English Tourism Council Quality Assurance Certificate rating of a 5-diamond silver award. This is a very well considered business plan which will bring money into the local economy without any impact on the local environment or the amenity of neighbours, and we ask for your support this afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Yes, Councillor Kingham.
Right, good afternoon. Well, we got this application before us this afternoon. I mean, they say obviously it's not what the original plan was, but I'm sure if this application was with us today as a new application, I'm sure it was something that would have been approved. So I'm quite happy to approve the recommendation.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to look for clarification from officers, but my understanding is obviously that the conditions were on previous applications don't preclude that ever being applied for in the future. It just means you can't do it without making an application, which is what we have before us today.
Yeah, so the restriction on the earlier consent was because they were applied for as, so the 2017 applied for a carport and games room, which would have been an ancillary building to the residential property. So it wouldn't have been a full application. So the restrictions put on place to make sure it's used ancillary to the main building because that's what it was consented as. With this one, it's a full application for a change of use. So it's not an ancillary application, it's a full application. And the condition precluded its separate use because of the nature of the application it came in on. So it doesn't restrict the applicant applying, but they do need to apply because of the condition and because of the different types of application.
Thank you. Councillor Evans. Can we pass the microphone down, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to confirm, the Parish Council used the phrase "in breach." This isn't a retrospective application, is it? That's not my understanding of this. So it's not in breach of anything. It's a new application.
Yeah. So at the moment, it's an application for a proposed use. The photos that you saw as part of the presentation was how it's currently in use, but it was currently in use ancillary to the main house, so it was in accordance with the conditions at the point of the site visit.
The existing permission is as a games room, but what we were seeing on the photographs didn't look like a games room to me.
Well, ancillary room to the main house. So elder child lifting weights and sort of daughter doing nails is still ancillary to the main room.
That's fine. I'm happy to second the recommendation.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further comments from members. In which case we've had the recommendation, which is to grant permission, has been both moved and seconded. All those in support, please show.
Unanimous.
That's unanimous. That's clearly carried. So permission is granted. Members, if you can turn to the next application where we have speakers present, and that's on page 55. And we move to the parish of Limpsham. And I think, Ms. Elthwaite, you're presenting this one for us, please. Yes, we have now.
Good afternoon. Hello, members. We are in Limpsham. The next application is on land to the east of East Farm, Purving Row in Limpsham. The application is being heard by committee as the officer's recommendation is contrary to the view of the parish council. I do have an update on this one. Since the publication of the report, the applicant has now registered on the self-build register, and therefore the reasons for refusal are amended as such. The first reason is altered to remove the second sentence that refers to the applicant not being a self-builder nor having a local connection. And then the second reason has been removed entirely. So this slide lists the relevant policies of the local plan in respect to this application and the main considerations. So the application site lies to the south of the hamlet of Eastertown, which is in the parish boundary of Limpsham. As you can see, the sort of village centre of Limpsham lies further to the west, with the Bridgewater Road kind of snaking its way through there, separating the two pockets of development. So the application site is in an agricultural field, sited to the east of Purving Row, an unclassified road. To the west of the site is a farmyard, and to the north and northwest lies residential properties. I also show the location plan here in its entirety. And also here the proposed site plan. So as you can see, where the proposed dwelling is going, the extent of the residential curtilage proposed, and the use of the existing field access. The application seeks consent for the erection of a detached dwelling. The property will have 2 stories and provide 2 bedrooms at first floor. The property would be finished with lime rendered walls, and the roof would be finished with pan tiles and timber cladding to the gable ends. So here are some views of the site. So you can see the existing field access there. So this is sort of stood in the kind of entrance to the farmyard that lies to the west. This is as you view up the track with the site on the right. This field is where the house is going. So that trailer you can see there that stores the feed is the sort of square you can see on the aerial views and the location plan. And this is views looking back down the track with the site on your left. The top photo shows a wider view towards the north. And this screenshot from Google Street View shows the site is viewed from Eastertown, which is the road that lies to the north. So the application site lies outside of any development boundary and is therefore considered to be in the countryside. Development in such locations is strictly controlled. However, there are some exception policies. Policy CO2 refers to infill development in the countryside and has a list of criteria, all of which must be met for a scheme to comply. The policy allows for infill housing where a small village or hamlet has a clearly defined nucleus comprising of at least 10 dwellings. There are a couple of identifiable nuclei in Eastertown, as shown in purple and orange on this plan, with each of the blue dots representing an address point. Between these, there is a loose cluster of 8 dwellings, as circled in green, and the application site sits outside of any logical cluster. In the immediate area, there are agricultural buildings approximately 40 metres to the west and a dwelling approximately 30 metres to the northwest. Due to these reasons, so the distance from the other properties in the clusters, it's not considered to be classed as an infill plot due to it not lying within a clear defined nucleus of at least 10 existing dwellings. The application is considered to introduce development to the east side of Purving Row Lane and would allow encroachment into the countryside. The proposal would not reinforce the identified character of development of the settlement, and as a result, it's considered that it would detrimentally impact the visual amenity of the countryside. In respect of the other criteria of CO2, the applicant has demonstrated a local connection by way of the self-build register. In terms of flood risk, as the local connection is required, the alternative search area for sites is the parish boundary of Limpsham. Virtually all of the parishes within flood zone 3, and therefore the sequential test is considered passed. In respect of the exception test, the dwelling would be constructed with flood resilient methods and have a first floor, which could be used as refuge space. Notwithstanding these issues with the principle of the development, the details of the proposed dwelling are considered to be acceptable in terms of visual and residential amenity. The property would be served by an appropriate level of off-road parking, and biodiversity enhancement measures could be conditioned. However, the issue relating to the principle of development is not outweighed by these matters, and it is therefore the officer's recommendation that consent is refused. The reason for refusal is that the proposal would result in unacceptable development in the countryside, as the scheme does not comply with policies S2, CO1 and CO2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, you'll see we have a number of speakers on this, so if we can start with Heather Alsop, please, if you'd like to come forward. Good afternoon. Again, reminding you, you've got the 3 minutes on the clock, and just to confirm, today you're speaking on behalf of the Parish Council.
I am, thank you.
Start when you're ready, please.
The Tuttiets have lived within the hamlet of Eastertown for 35 years as farming tenants of Somerset County Council. The council have offered them the chance to buy an acre of land they currently farm if they're able to obtain planning for their own self-built proposition. At the age of 65 in 1 year's time, the tenancy expires and cannot be passed down to the next generation. They will potentially lose their home, livelihood and the community they are happily living amongst. We believe the County Council have some obligation to find a housing solution for the Tuttiets as such long-standing tenants, and that their proposal to build a small-scale self-built home with natural sustainable materials and ecological values and low visual aspect, but yet no additional impact on highways and other services, means they could build their own ideal retirement home with room to keep George's machinery so he could continue earning a living as an agricultural contractor whilst he's fit and well. It would mean they could continue to live in and support the community they value and still be close to their daughter and granddaughter living in the adjoining village of Limpsham. Re the issue of infill. Eastertown is unusual, being quite a long hamlet, and whilst there are some houses close together near the entrance to Purving Row where they live and wish to build, there are also many sizable properties set well back from the road or spaced well apart. Purving Row is just off the Eastertown Road in what could be described as the hamlet nucleus, as there are more than 10 houses in close proximity, and in order to be considered infill, the site needs to be near the nucleus of the hamlet. We consider this the case being located down Purving Row. It should also be pointed out that in recent years, there have been several planning applications passed in Eastertown, many of which are of a much larger scale and have a far bigger visual impact and dominance in the hamlet than the modest proposals from the Tuttiets. If one were to play devil's advocate and could say that in the future, the proposed site may well become infill anyway, as once their farming tenancy ends, Somerset County Council may decide to sell off the farm, land and outbuildings at auction in different lots. There are several traditional buildings very close to the proposed site, being just along on the opposite side of the lane, which could well be sold with the relevant planning permissions as potential for conversion to dwellings. And though we can't say with absolute certainty this would happen, there have been precedents set in previous years as other farm tenancies have ended and the County Council has needed to raise money. We could also end up with having different housing and planning policies becoming part of a unitary council. In short, whilst you may not at present consider the site to be infill, we believe it may become infill as it's close to those outbuildings, which we believe could be sold off for future conversion. We consider that given the long-standing connection to both Eastertown and Limpsham, that the applicants can demonstrate the full support of their neighbours and villagers, with the 10 letters provided backing this modest country-style build down a country lane, and believe it is worthy of support from Limpsham Parish Council. We would ask the Planning Development Committee to give this proposal serious consideration as it ticks so many of the other boxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to any other speakers, Councillor Evans.
May I seek guidance from the legal officer as to the status of myself and other county councillors in the room in the light of information just received by the speaker?
We're looking at personal interest as a county council. Can I just suggest that we take a pause for a couple of minutes while we just get some discussion? Okay, we'll restart again. To answer your question, we've just gone through whether or not there would be a prejudicial interest for county councillors because there might be a financial issue here between the county council and the applicant. The advice is that we should declare a personal interest as county councillors. We're not involved in any negotiations with directly, and therefore, as long as members register the fact that they're county councillors, that should be sufficient. Councillor Evans.
Thank you for the guidance on that. I believe as leader of the county council, I may need to declare a further interest. The perception may be that if I was in the room, I was influencing the decision.
Okay, fair enough. So would other members who are county councillors just simply indicate that they are county councillors and we can mark that for the record?
So, Councillor Evans, you're going to leave?
So, Councillor Murphy, Councillor Bolt, Councillor, just for the public, if they can't see, Councillor Grimes, Councillor Hendry, and myself.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Right. After that little interlude, we will now see if Councillor Gilling is still with us online because he's registered to speak. Councillor Gilling, are you there, please?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Many thanks. Yes, I can hear and see everything.
Excellent. If you can, again, just to remind you, if you've got the 3 minutes, I will let you know when you've got 1 minute of that time left to go. So please start.
Obviously, I can't see the clock at your end of the system, but I will try and endeavour to keep my speech to within the limit.
Thank you.
That is no guarantee, of course, knowing my ability to overrun. Nevertheless, I will make the case as I possibly can.
I was going to say, I'm going to start the clock on you now, Councillor Gilling, otherwise we... So start when you're ready, please.
I will start now, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for giving me the opportunity to speak to this application. I am here as the ward member in support of this application. I have read the report and presented by the case officer with great care, and I have come to the overriding conclusion that the report lacks a degree of conviction. There are areas within the report that suggest that the case officer is not convinced that this refusal is a sound one, especially as where there is reference made on occasions, should this application fail, then there is a reference to the site being outside the settlement boundary of the hamlet. Eastertown thus implying that there is in open countryside, and yet a matter of a few metres away there is a consented development of some 40 dwellings, which has risen just recently, and I'm sure we should be made perfectly well aware of that one. In fact, a self-respecting cricketer could lob a relatively small stone from one back garden to the others, and I think it would be pertinent to make mention of that. So this may not be out in the open countryside in the foreseeable future, albeit that we cannot adjudicate on those grounds. I have studied studiously, or at least I have studiously followed which is correctly the officer's responsibility to do so, and I do not condemn that for a second. But it is also the committee's privilege to introduce some latitude within this application, and I suggest that that could possibly be the case in this case. I believe quite firmly that, and did during my period of service on your committee, Chairman, that policy should be regarded as with beauty in the eye and or ear of the beholder. There is a degree of pragmatism could be introduced into this application, with particular reference to the need to pass a sequential test, which has been mentioned, which by definition implies that the application has access to other land outside of their control within the district. It also lays open the weakness of the sequential test, which I gather has also been referred to this morning, which is to demonstrate a local connection. And this is where my plea is to you, committee members, to bear witness to the fact that the applicant has had a very strong and active local connection within the parish of Lymsham, having served for many years on the parish council, been instrumental in the proposal and the development of the village pavilion, the cricket pitch, and also the local cricket club. And I commend him to you from that respect. There are a number of issues which I think need to be taken into.
Councillor Gilling, you're now out of time. But
I'm out of time already. That's only one and a half pages. Can I add then, Mr. Chairman?
No, I'm sorry, Councillor Gilling. At that point, no, you can't add. So we'll. But I think the committee has got the gist of your comments. But thank you.
I will subtract.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Final speaker on this one is George Chattier. Would you like to come forward, please? Good afternoon again. Just a reminder, you've got the clock in front of you. You'll see the time. Please start when you're ready.
Yes, well, it's very, very simple. I'm a simple farmer. I farmed East Farm for 35 years. It's my life's work, and I've put my life into it. I put a lot of hard work into the village itself. I feel I'm part of the landscape, part of the village, potentially a bit of a village character. And this way of building it myself is my only way out, really, being this very, very small holding. Trying to get a mortgage at my age is going to be very difficult, but I have got some building skills. I'm going to build a very modest accommodation, and I'm just putting myself in your hands, really. Just give me a chance to live in the village I love and work in. That's me done.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Yes, we'll start with Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. I've actually read through all this in some detail, listened to all the speakers. The two speakers on my left spoke very passionately and very correctly, and Councillor Gilling made a lot of good points too. We as a council committee are here to debate something and come to a resolution regardless of a case officer's recommendation. That's only a recommendation, that's it. We are allowed to do this. Special circumstances come into play. On slide 11 up there, you can see quite clearly with the yellow outline that the house is not that far out the settlement to be condemned. It's not really, it's marginally, but there's houses on the other side of the road below and above. What was put forward here is actually quite correct. Well, on two things. You can't, I know we're not allowed to debate on the future, what could happen and what couldn't. That's not on the table here, but in actual fact, it could. This house is to serve a purpose for this gentleman here, which is beyond reproach. He's worked, well, I only go by what he said. He's worked there for 35 years. He's about to retire. He needs a home. He can do the self-build. He's got the skills, so he tells us to do it. Special circumstances here dominate this situation. And at this moment in time, listen to all the speakers, what they had to say. Look on page 11, what's up there in front of me. I actually think this should go ahead, and I don't have any problem with it at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Noon, you indicated. Yeah, excellent.
Just so conscious of where sort of indications of thinking here. in terms of the justification for dwelling in this location, the only one put forward by the applicant is on the basis of our self-build under policy CO2, or a self-builder under policy D9, and a site that is infill under policy CO2. I'm nervous of the approach here in that if we agree that this plot is acceptable infill, well, first of all, we'd have to be clear about where it is infilling. I don't think we could reasonably say it's an infill of the orange area. It's maybe between the purple and the green areas. I'm very conscious that if this, if we accept this is infill because it's within the green area, well, the green area isn't 10, so very difficult to justify that. So we'd have to put it together with one of those other areas. And we'd be saying in the same breath, anywhere else in between there is acceptable as an infill, because it's very difficult to say this is infill, and then 4 plots immediately to the north between the green and the purple aren't infill. That would be a very hard thing to say. So be careful in terms of what we're agreeing is a suitable area for infill, because a lot of other plots would follow on the tails of such argument. What the gentleman has said, though, and we haven't explored this, I don't believe, that he's an agricultural worker locally. I think if that is the case, and members want this gentleman to have the best possible crack of the whip, I would maybe think about, rather than unearthing the particular issue here of is this an infill plot or not, we could maybe look at whether or not there's a justification for an agricultural or a retired agricultural workers dwelling, which is, I think, probably a safer way of looking at this that wouldn't bring other sites through that we might be more difficult with in the future. Just an idea at this point, hearing some of what has been said. It's open within this application to make a different justification if that is felt to be on the back of a deferral. If that, we think there's a reasonable way of doing that. On the other hand, if the members are...
Councillor Hendry.
Come back on that for a second. When the presentation came out first, we were told there were 2 things had been withdrawn. Now, because it went so quick, I didn't quite catch that. What 2 things have been withdrawn and what difference did that make to this application? Because at the outset, you were saying no. So the 2 things that have been withdrawn, was it even worth telling us in the first place if you're still recommending to refusal? Because I didn't quite catch what they were. Thank you.
Sure. So before, when I published, at the time of publishing the report, at that time, the applicant hadn't registered on the self-build register. And one of the requirements of CO2 is to also comply with D9, the self-build policy. And part of that is being on the register. So because at that time, the applicant wasn't on the register, that's why that was included in the first reason for refusal. The second reason for refusal, referring to the flood risk, if someone isn't on the self-build register, then there's not that locational requirement that would say restrict, in this case, to Limpsham. So the search area for the entire Sedgemoor district boundary for alternative sites. Since then, the applicant has registered on the self-build register and demonstrated the local connection. And that's why the first reason was amended to remove the reference to the self-build element. And the second reason has been deleted because there's that local connection that's been demonstrated. The search area is just Limpsham now, so therefore the sequential test has been passed for flood risk.
I
was just going to come back on, as part of the self-build, what we have got, which I would hope members would be familiar with, is the self-build SPD, which is a supplementary planning document. That does set out visuals in terms of what would be and what wouldn't be extent by infill plots, because infill plots in the countryside need to be infilling existing spaces. The concern, Millie, if you're happy to show up one of those. The concern with the layout of the development as currently proposed is that it is an additional dwelling at the end of a cluster of dwellings. It's not an infill space between existing dwellings. So really the crux of the reason for refusal that's left under the self-build policy is that for it to comply with the self-build policy, it needs to infill some existing properties. And based on the supplementary planning document we've got, it doesn't comply with the supplementary planning document and therefore fails on that policy. But similarly to what Adrian said, if there is an agricultural justification for a need for accommodation in that area, you can do an agricultural workers dwelling, which is justified in more isolated positions because it's relative to the farm that you're working on or within. So you don't have the same tight criteria that you do for self-build.
Can I come back once more, just one more time? You answered a question I was about to ask about retired agricultural. Had this application come in from the outset and not asking just for a straight self-build, but a retired agricultural build for the man, would that have changed what we're talking about now? Have you done that from the outset?
Yeah, because it's a completely different policy you look at it under. So with the self-build, there are set criteria you have to comply with to be compliant because it's quite a restricted sort of locational policy. With agriculture, again, there is another set of criteria to comply with, and without having the application in all the details, I can't say whether he would or wouldn't comply under that, but it is a different set and it's not so locationally tied as this policy is. So it's easier to justify that location. Whether he does comply with that policy or not, we'd have to have the application in and have to go through that detail for it.
Can I just ask a further question then? In terms of agricultural applications I've seen in the past, is that you have to justify the need for an agricultural worker.
Yeah.
In this case, the need is for a retired agricultural worker, so it would not be someone on the holding. So I'm struggling to see how you would justify it under an agricultural workers application.
My thinking there is we haven't seen the cases going to advance yet. There is a more subjective approach there in terms of, the committee have looked at agricultural officer recommendations for agricultural workers and have disagreed with us and have supported us as officers. It's probably more subjective in terms of the latitude to agree the case than it is on a CO2 infill, because I think the CO2 infill policy is much firmer because obviously there's a lot of pressure for housing, new houses in the countryside. So there has to be a very crisp policy on it. We don't know what the gentleman would put forward advanced by way of that, but there's a locational requirement. If there's a location requirement on a basis of agriculture to live here, he would get over both self-build and the flood risk issues because the tests would be passed. It's just that suddenly came out of the blue from the speakers this morning that there is possibly an agricultural basis to support a dwelling here, but we haven't seen that case. I merely flagged it up because it seemed just the balance around the table. There's two ways there may be a justification for a dwelling here.
Mrs. Rees?
I think also in terms of the agricultural workers, the point made by the speaker when he spoke was that he was intending to continue working, retirement will be on the horizon, but continuing working for the short term, which, what we would need is a business case to justify the need for the dwelling in the first place. And if consented, it's consented for agricultural workers or retired agricultural workers. So assuming the case can be demonstrated and he is still working at point of submission, it's judged on the information we've got as part of the application.
Thank you very much. Obviously, that's for members to take into account as we're debating this. I've got a number of councillors who've indicated, Councillor Betty, myself, Councillor Scott and Councillor Facey and Councillor Kingham. So start with Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Ginning mentioned something about 40 homes being built nearby. If we can have clarification on that. And with the agricultural workers dwelling, which we've just been talking about, obviously the farms is Tennessee with the county council. So most of them, when they come out of Tennessee, we know what happens to them. So I wouldn't have thought there'd be a need for an agricultural workers dwelling for the farm there, because it's probably going to get sold off and maybe have houses built on it, like most of the other Tennessee farms that happen around here. So if I could have clarification on that, please.
Thank you. So I think the 40 houses application that Councillor Gilling was referring to is the application at Beavers Lodge Farm. So you can see where the purple pin is, that field. Our site's over here. In terms of the existing agricultural buildings, I mean, I don't really know what to say, to be honest, because that's in the future, isn't it?
Just to expand on the Beavers Lodge application, the Beavers Lodge was a rural exception site So it was justified as 40% affordable housing in connection with properties in Limpsham. So it was 40 dwellings justified on the back of that recently at committee. So members would have seen it at committee a few cycles ago. In terms of the future of the farm, that's down to the landowner in discussion with the applicant, I'm sure. And, you know, future conversion of future outbuildings is a future point and not for consideration in terms of the current application. But if an application were submitted for agricultural workers dwelling, it would be judged based on the information we have available at the point of submission.
Mr. Betty?
Another item, if we go back to where they had all the clusters, these, is I had the same issue just as I become a councillor, to do with 10 houses. Now, in that green block, I count nine houses anyway. So with this one, it would be 10, which would make it a whatever the word was. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, so in cluster, yeah, in terms of these dots, so this dot here, I had a look at it earlier and it's to do with holiday accommodation, so that wouldn't be included within the 10, would it? But nevertheless, I think there has to be 10 existing in the nucleus. I think that's what the policy says, doesn't it? Yeah, there has to be an existing nucleus of 10. So even if that holiday accommodation did count, it wouldn't be enough to make it count.
Thank you. From my own point of view, I mean, I understand the recommendation and where the officers are coming from. I don't want to start being semantic, but the policy, I think, says it should comprise of 10.
Typically, at least. Yeah, so it's
But
not
we
an
can,
absolute.
it's not an absolute. So it is something that we need to, members would need to take into account, that is the wording. I mean, as we can see from the picture in front of us, the character and the nature of Easter Town is not close clustered dwellings. It is spaced dwellings of groupings of often 2 or 3 dwellings together, which form then a larger cluster. So in terms of the development, we've obviously seen the comments from the officers in terms of the actual property itself that's proposed. There isn't an issue in terms of the design and character. It is down to this issue of whether it qualifies through CO2 as being part of a cluster. And as I say, that is something for us as members we need to be able to justify and obviously to defend in the future if other sites come up that are less appropriate. I think we've heard the background to this application, and for me, to some extent, the purpose of this sort of rural site, if it's not addressing this sort of issue of a former tenant farmer who is obviously very much local connections that we want to see, it feels to me like this is the sort of exception site that we ought to be looking at granting. As I say, I totally understand the recommendation from the officers, and it is their duty to put in front of us as members of the committee the policies as they see them. It is for us to take that on board and weigh those and interpret those policies as we think are workable in terms of the applications in front of us. The slight nervousness I have with the agricultural workers application is we normally say you deal with the application that's in front of you, and that's what we have. I would be tempted that if members felt that this was not an appropriate application, then you turn that down and the applicant comes back with their pre-application. But I think if we start trying to work out what policies we might put in place, my own feeling is, as an agricultural application, I think it might even struggle in terms of the justification of man working hours that are required on the site and how we would justify that. So, as I say, my own position at the moment is I think this is an application that I would be supporting. I think we can say that there are ways of looking at CO2 that this works, and the cluster that we see in front of us as the green with this becomes as logical a cluster as the red and the purple. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I hear everything you say and I agree with you. I just wondered why there looks like, is that farm buildings below the green line? Just farm buildings and no houses? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Facey.
Thank you, Chairman. In light of some of the comments from the officers and also yourself, Chairman, it's got a gut feeling that we would like to see this be approved correctly, with also protecting ourselves for future development rather than letting all the green areas suddenly run wild. Would this be a good time, from my view, Chairman, to go for a deferral? And then the applicant come back, I believe, with a free go. Do you still get a free go nowadays? To reapply after discussions with the officers relating to agricultural use?
A deferral would be just pushing back this application for more discussion. If a decision was made on this application, there is still a scope for free go. But as discussed, it'd be a different, we would probably, subject to probably a discussion in terms of what business case could be put forward, be recommending an agricultural workers dwelling, which is a different application type to what's been submitted. But you'd end up either determining it or requesting it's withdrawn to get a free go. A deferral is just pushing this application back for further discussion.
Right, thanks for your guidance. I've still got the feeling that we would like to see it go through however we can manage it, Chairman.
Okay, Councillor Kingham and then Councillor Bolt.
Yeah, I get the feeling that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet here. So at the moment, we are not in a position to approve what is on the table, but we could if it was an agricultural workers dwelling. Is that right? And if that case, I would like to move.
I think that would need to be caveated that if it came back as an agricultural dwelling, it may come with a recommendation of approval. It may not.
So it need to be deferred then and come back, as Councillor Facey said.
I think what would probably achieve the best outcome for everyone, I'm just trying to think on my feet, is if the current case is deferred, so it's kept live for the moment, there's a discussion with the applicant in terms of what agricultural case they can put forward so that we can deal with them on a pre-application basis, if you like, to see whether there's any legs in an agricultural application. If we think without prejudice we could probably support that approach, then we would suggest that this application is withdrawn and agricultural applications submitted. If not, this application could come back before members with a full detail of, the other considerations that we've taken into account, and then it will be down to members again to consider this application against the policies and the SPD to see how you wanted to interpret it once we've got the full information. But that would keep most avenues open.
I mean, we would need to refuse an application as officer's recommendation to allow them to come back?
No.
No. If it's deferred for now, then that leaves it open to have a discussion between officers and the applicant in terms of what agricultural case could be put forward. If we're then happy that a good agricultural case can be put forward and we can bring it back to you, or even approve it under delegated as an agricultural workers dwelling, then we'd encourage the current application we've got should be withdrawn and we would process the agricultural workers dwelling. Alternatively, if it doesn't look like we could support an agricultural workers dwelling, this application is still live, and if we're still not satisfied with it from an officer perspective, we can then bring it back to you, sort of run through the additional considerations we've gone through and leave it before members again.
Can I move that recommendation?
Certainly. Councillor Bolt.
Sorry, I'm just looking at that plan there. Now, with the green box just to the left, there's another dot.
Yeah, that was for a caravan.
Oh. Right. So we've got 9 dots on there, which are actually accommodation. Does it say anything in the policy with regards to holiday accommodation being excluded from the 10? So we've got 9 premises there. This would make the 10th, and it does say, notwithstanding what the chairman said, and has raised with yourself about, it doesn't say 10, it says should. Is that the right?
It says typically at least 10 existing dwellings, but that's in the guidance, that's not in the policy. In addition to the 10, because I know we all get fixated on the number, it also has to be infill. And this is the bit that officers are raising caution with, because I would agree with you in terms of the numbers of dots. It's marginal. You know, if you were feeling sympathetic, it is a marginal number. It is below 10, but it's only just below 10. But it's an extension of the green area further into the countryside, which is where the officers are kind of raising caution in terms of the policy says infill. So at the moment, officers do not consider, due to its placement, it would be infill, but there wouldn't be the same restriction if it was an agriculturally justified unit.
So what we're saying, again, I want to get this clear. If this is deferred now, whilst further conversation takes place and a business plan couldn't be considered, this could come back exactly as it is now for us to make a decision on.
Yeah, so if we get to the point where we can't agree with the applicant, or the applicant doesn't want to pursue an agricultural workers dwelling, if we as officers are still not satisfied with it against the self-build regulations, and that's the application they want to pursue, it would be back before you again, as currently is, with the additional information about whether we could have pursued other routes, and then it'd be down to you to consider it against policy and the supplementary planning document, and come to whatever judgment you feel.
Thank you. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. What is the distance then from where this application is going to be to, I believe it's the old dairy house, and to East Farm? Because by the map shown there, it seems that that's closer to the old dairy building than what the old dairy is to the cluster already there. So
the distance to the old dairy, sorry, yeah, okay, I'll just measure it now. About 25-30 metres.
and the distance then from the old dairy to the nearest house?
So East Farm, which property, sorry?
That's I think the closest one, the East Farm.
About 50 metres.
So technically we could be saying that the old dairy's out of the cluster as well then, because this house is going to be closer to a house that's already there than what is already built there.
I think we're sort of in danger then of saying how far out of the cluster can we go when the policy is saying infill, not encroachment into the countryside. I think going beyond the cluster is inevitably encroachment into the countryside. Just a word of caution on that green blob there. There are, I think that it's 8 dwellings in there. One is a holiday let, one is an annex. And we shouldn't be counting holiday lets, because there will be holiday sites that all got their own property dots that won't make an infill site on the middle of a holiday park. So no, we don't count those. So I think it's just a little bit word of caution there in terms of the clustering there. The advantage of coming back, you'll be presented with 2 possible justifications here. You may not agree with either of them, but you'll be presented with 2 possible that you can then consider in the round. I think would be the consequence.
Just before we move on, the applicant has indicated he's got something he wanted to clarify. I can't bring you into the meeting, so what I'm going to do is just suspend the meeting for a minute or two to allow the officers just to make contact with the applicant and see what it is to be clarified and whether that helps us with our decision or not. But if we can reconvene, and if officers can give us an update as to whether there's any further information that we need to make committee abreast of.
Just in discussions with the applicant, he expressed a wish that he would be comfortable with a deferral at this point, so we can look at sort of more information that we can get in terms of agricultural and rural business justification, and then that would inform whether we come back to committee with this application for a final decision, or whether we look at an agricultural rural justification, which won't have such geographic constraints as this one does.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. In view of what we just heard, deferral's fine. If somebody else wants to propose that, it's okay. I think we should do everything possible to try and get this over the line, whether it comes back a second time, whether it's reconvened, reconfigured, whatever. But I am in favour of it, but I understand that you want a deferral. Thank you.
I believe I'm right in saying that Councillor Kingham proposed a deferral area. So you're seconding that. And just to confirm, that is basically for discussions to be looked at as to whether there is justification down the agricultural workers route. And if that isn't fulfilled, then it comes back to this committee for us to relook at again on the basis of the application that's in front of us at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay. I would hope it would be quick, because I don't think we want to keep people hanging around. Okay. So members, we have then, and I'm not seeing any further indications. So I've had a recommendation then that is for a deferral for those discussions and then referral back to us. Proposed by Councillor Kingham, seconded Councillor Hendry. Those in support, please show. That's unanimous. So that is deferred for further discussions and then reporting back to us on those. And obviously both the applicant is here and our officers. I think everyone is aware that we want to try and move this forward swiftly. Thank you.
Sure that we get the situation and
Could we, Councillor Murphy, could you possibly find Councillor Evans?
he's just by the bar. Not in the bar. Well, he is actually in the bar, but yeah. Yeah, because that's our concerns about this. Because obviously we've got a lot of different factors.
Yeah. Right. Members, if you can turn to page 61, we won't start until we've got the other members back in the room, but at least we can be on the right page. We're next application is Cummich, Parish of Otterhampton. And Ms. Parsons, I think you'll introduce this one for us. We've got Sedgemoor up on the screen, so that looks all right. That's all right. Oh, we've gone back one. We don't want to go there again.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies for the delay.
Go ahead.
Do what with it? Right, thank you. This is an application to vary a number of conditions attached to an extant consent for the erection of 2 dwellings. The conditions are number 2, 5, 8, 10 and 11, and they relate to the listed plans on the application, the access, the restriction of new windows, details of materials of the development and restriction of particular windows to be able to be glazed.
Now, in terms of the site is located in the centre of Cummage. As you can see, the red circle indicates the approximate location of the development site. It's completely surrounded by residential properties. Now, consent has been granted on this land on numerous times for a total of the erection of 5 dwellings. The land outlined in red relates to this application that has an extant consent for 2 dwellings. This is plots 4 and plots 5. And this is just to provide a context of the site. As you can see, the surrounding land is completely residential, other than the church on the opposite side of the road. Now, this is the extant consent that was granted for plots 4 and 5, which could be built out. The layout may look a little confusing because it also includes the further 3 plots that have also got consent. So if you can see the red line, we've got plot 1, which is located here, and then plot 5, which is located here. The other plots 1, 2, and 3, they are subject to the following application. The current application seeks to alter the conditions, and in terms of the alterations proposed, it would result in the reorientation of the 2 plots. Plot 4 would be reorientated so that it's more in line with the other properties in Church Hill, and plot 5 would also be reorientated. The details would also alter the style and form of the proposed houses, and I'll show you those in a moment. The details provided also include details of the materials. So that is why the list of conditions in italics on the front page of this agenda item are to be altered. Now, this is the consented scheme for plot 4. This is the proposed scheme for plot 4. This is the consented scheme for plot 5. And the proposed scheme for plot 5. The proposal does also include one of the row of triple garages consented previously. This is what's been consented, and this is what is proposed. In terms of the context of the site, show you some photographs. This is looking at the access to the site, looking northwards up Church Hill, sorry. And further up northwards with the adjacent property located here. And there is an existing access into the site which would be utilised and amended slightly to provide access to the total of 5 dwellings that have been consented. This is looking straight into the westwards into the access and the adjacent property that's to the south of the development site. This is standing at the access looking north up the road, and this is looking south down Church Hill. This is within the site looking eastwards towards the access clearly and the church on the opposite side of the road. And another view from further within the site looking eastwards. And this is the existing property that will be immediately adjacent to plot 4. So plot 4 would be in this location. Now, I've got a number of photographs where I've scanned around the entire site because it's quite large. So this is looking northwards towards the existing property immediately adjacent to plot 4. The properties here are the rows of dwellings in Nursery Close. And again, across the plots towards Nursery Close. This is going further to the north of the site. These photographs include the land that's part of the whole site for the 5 dwellings, as well as the plots for the 2. You'll see that it all forms part of one development site. So this boundary here is the boundary with the properties in Nursery Close. And this property here is the property that fronts onto School Lane further north of the site. And a closer view of the property in School Lane. This is standing up the north, now scrolling around the site, looking down along the boundaries, and the other properties that are looking into the site. Standing looking directly southwards towards the house that stands immediately next to the site entrance. So if I go back to layout. So in terms of the principle of the development, the whole site has an extant 2 consents for 5 dwellings. As I said, the development's never taken place and consent has been granted over the years since the 70s for this land. And this application relates just to plots 4 and plots 5, and it relates solely to altering some of the conditions. So in terms of the character of the area, the proposed dwellings would be of traditional modern construction and not that dissimilar to what was approved previously in terms of the modern traditional construction. There has been concern with regards from the parish council in respect of land levels, and the land levels are very similar to, sorry, the finished floor levels of the 2 properties on the plots would be very similar to the finished floor levels of the consented scheme. There would be a difference in height of the ridge height of the plot on plot 4 of almost a metre, approximately a metre higher than the ridge height of the approved property. And on plot 5, the ridge height would be 0.3 metres higher than the approved property. However, in context of the site and looking at the ridge heights of the adjacent properties, this property here to the north of the site, which is up the hill, has a ridge height of 28.25. Plot 4 would have a ridge height of 26.5. And then looking at the adjacent property to the south of the site, that has a ridge height of 24.92, and therefore it's considered that the location and the height of the dwellings on the land would not look out of character with the street scene, and therefore that in terms of the design, the form and the bulk and the layout of the site, the development would have no adverse impact on the character of the area. In terms of impact on neighbouring residents, due to the reorientation of the plots, of the houses on the plots, there would no longer be a need for the restrictive conditions on windows. There would be sufficient distance so as not to cause any undue overlooking or loss of privacy to existing neighbouring properties. And as planning permission is required for any first floor windows in end elevations, for example, if the applicant or the owner wanted in the future to put a window in the end elevation here or end elevation of the other property, that would in itself require planning permission for a window at first floor level. And so therefore that's controlled and there's no need for a restrictive condition. So therefore the recommendation, the impact on amenity residents is not considered to be have any impact in comparison to what's been granted. In terms of highway safety, the access is to be the same as that approved. The reason for requiring the alteration to the condition relating to the access is because the original condition refers to a plan number, and as these plans have been amended, they will have different numbers, and therefore that condition relating to the access needs to refer to the new number. And so with the conditions attached to the agenda, the recommendation is to grant consent. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We have Clive Miller. If you'd like to come forward, please. Good afternoon. Okay, please start when you're ready and you'll see the time counter on the clock.
We confirm that we fully support the officer's assessment, her recommendation of approval and the conditions to be imposed on both these applications, this one and the one that follows. And I'm going to talk about both applications on this single site now, if I may. The site as a whole enjoys 2 live existing permissions, which together provide for 5 dwellings. The permissions are fully capable of being implemented. However, the developer who has now acquired the site wishes to make some minor variations to the layout, the design, orientation of some of these 5 dwellings. The site has had a long and complex planning history, and the detailed designs finally approved were first drawn up some years ago and are considered to be somewhat dated and fall some way short of what a modern developer desiring to achieve a high quality would wish to build. Specifically, the changes include the orientation of two dwellings, turning the dwelling on plot 4 through 90 degrees, which now faces the road. This offers an improved street scene and a much better relationship with adjoining dwellings and the church opposite. The dwelling on plot 5 has also been turned through 90 degrees in order to face down the access road. Parking. The approved schemes show together only a total of 9 parking or garage spaces, which are marked on the approved plans for 5 dwellings. The revised plans now show a total of 19 spaces, which will be more than adequate for the residents as well as their visitors and fully meets the current Somerset parking strategy requirements. And the materials now specified are considered appropriate for this location. In respect of the parish council and neighbour objections, the officer has fully addressed the issues raised, has confirmed there are no adverse consequences arising from the amendments, and specifically deals with the matter of ridge heights and distances from boundaries, which during the application process have been the subject of officer discussions with us and resulted in some adjustments to the plans to meet her suggestions. In particular, we consider that the revised schemes now submitted meet all the previously required and approved parameters in respect of dwelling heights, distances from boundaries, and prevention of any inappropriate overlooking. And in addition, we consider that the revised scheme has the added benefits of achieving much more on-site parking than previously approved, that the revised designs and materials are of a higher quality, and that the reorientation of the dwelling on plot 4 is a very clear improvement as well. So we hope, therefore, that you will agree with this assessment and approve these applications. I will, of course, come back and speak on the second application if any additional issues arise.
Understood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Yep, Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't see any problem with this. I think it's an improvement. I'm happy to support and recommend the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Councillor Kingham and then Councillor Grimes.
I beat him to it. I'll second the recommendations, Chairman.
And Councillor Grimes. Okay. I'm not seeing anyone else indicating at this stage, so we have the recommendation to grant permission. This is the application on starting on page 61 for the 2 properties. All those in favour of the recommendation to grant permission, please show. That is unanimous, clearly carried. Then, Ms. Parsons, would you like to introduce the second application? We've got something else on the screen.
Apologies for the delay again. I'll get there eventually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shanda.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Please.
So this application is similar in that it relates to the variation of a number of conditions attached to a consented scheme. The consented scheme is for the erection of 3 dwellings. And again, it's located within this general area here within the centre of Cummage. And within the red outline relates to the 3 plots that are subject to this application. So plot 1 is located to the south of the site and plots 2 and 3 to the north of the site. The blue land relating to plots 4 and 5 that we've already considered. And in terms of the context of the location of the development site, this is the consented scheme for plots 1, 2 and 3, a detached house to the south of the site and a pair of semi-detached houses to the north. This is the current scheme that is proposed, and it it does reorientate or have a different footprint in terms of plot 1, and plots 2 and 3 are now would be two detached properties. This is the consented house on plot 1. This is the proposed house on plot 1, which is very similar in terms of design to the previous scheme for 2 dwellings. This is the consented pair of semi-detached houses on plots 2 and 3 to the north of the site. And this is plot 1, a detached dwelling, which is longer in footprint in some directions, but has a hipped roof. And plot 3 is very, very similar to plot 2. The development also includes the garaging for the rest of the row of 2 garages attached to the 1 garage consented. I won't go through the photographs now, but I can always go back to the photographs if needed, and I'll go back to the layout. Again, in terms of principle, consent has been granted over many years for the erection of 5 dwellings in total on this site, but never implemented. And this application seeks to alter a number of conditions attached to the consented scheme for 3 dwellings. One of the conditions relates to approved plan numbers. The other one relates to removing permitted development rights for windows. The other one relates to materials. And the other one, number 5, relates to the access and the drawing number relating to the access. Now, in terms of the impact on the character of the area, the dwellings, again, are of traditional modern form. And in terms of the materials proposed, they would be similar to the materials on the other 2 plots that considered earlier. The materials are considered to be satisfactory, and those details have been provided, and they are described in the agenda, and therefore there's no need for the condition requiring materials to be provided. In terms of land levels, the house on plot number 1, finished floor level would be very slightly higher than the approved finished floor level, but the ridge height would be 8.2 metres, whereas the approved ridge height was 7.8 metres. There would be a difference of about ½ metre in terms of the ridge level compared to the consented house. And in terms of the ridge levels for plots 2 and plots 3, there would be 0.1 metres height difference in the ridge level compared to the consented scheme. However, there is a difference in terms of the length of the dwellings adjacent to the neighbouring properties, but because of the nature of the roof being hipped along that elevation, it's not considered that these 2 houses would have any further impact on the neighbouring properties to the southwest than the consented scheme. In terms of the access, again, that would be as previously approved, but the drawings would have a different drawing number, and therefore the condition would have to relate to a new drawing number. And in conclusion, it's considered that the proposed development would have no adverse impact on the character of the area, on the amenities of any residential, immediate residential properties, or have any impact on highway safety, and therefore the recommendation is to grant consent with the conditions attached to the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Miller, anything you wanted to add? Okay, excellent. Members, any comments or questions, please? Yeah, we'll start with Councillor Bolt.
Could you go back to the original, the consented plan for plots 2 and 3? I think you showed that. So that was the single dwelling, and now that's been split into 2 on that face.
Yeah, and that was a pair of semi-detached properties, so that was 2 dwellings
Right, okay.
to be altered to 2 detached properties.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions from members? Yeah, Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Chairman. Just reading down here, highways, no objection. Heritage, no objection. Environmental, no objection. Natural England, no objection. Office for Nuclear Regulation, no objection. Don't see the problem at all. Under any circumstances, happy to recommend grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Betty.
I'll happily second Councillor Hendry.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other comments, so those in favour of granting permission, please show. That's unanimous as well, clearly carried, so thank you very much.
This is not good.
If members can turn to page 77, again where we have speakers present. And Wemden. And Miss Parsons, I think we're back with you again, please. Oh, we're back to Lincoln again.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a full planning application for the erection of 2 detached dwellings on land adjacent to 53 Church Road, Wendon. Consent, this is the approximate location of the site. As you can see, it's within a predominantly residential area with the parish hall to the south beyond the adjacent dwelling, and then the church towards the east. Otherwise, it's surrounded by residential properties. Our outline consent has been granted for 2 dwellings on this site. This is a full application for 2 dwellings, and this shows the actual red outline of the application site itself. And just to put the site in context in relation to the adjacent properties, and this is the existing land, which has nothing on it at the moment except a rather derelict outbuilding. So this is the proposal. The proposed vehicle access would be located here, adjacent to an existing access that serves number 53. The 2 dwellings would be detached clearly and would have two marked or 2 identified parking spaces per dwelling. It also incorporates a turning area onto Church Road. And the proposal seeks to provide a traditional modern construction property that would be finished in brick with a tiled roof. Sorry, 2 properties. And in terms of the context of the site is located here, and it's beyond this line of fence panels. The land in front of this fence panels with the parking belongs to the adjacent property at number 53. So the site itself is within this area, bounded by the hedge and trees on the corner there onto the north boundary. This is really looking at the adjacent house, number 53, and then looking further across towards the parish hall, adjacent again. And then looking back towards the site. This is standing at the corner of the site, looking into where the access will be, along the boundary with the adjacent property. So the land at the moment is just unused. This is looking at from the access, looking directly north up Church Road. This is standing within the site, looking directly westwards at the end of the property that faces into Blake's Road. And this is the outbuilding that would be removed. This is really scrolling around in a clockwise direction. Got the outbuilding and some sort of scrubby hedge and some trees that form the northern boundary. There are a couple of elms. I think it's probably those 2 that have died. And that's a cypress that's in the corner that's not part of the proposed scheme. And this is looking directly eastwards towards the gable end of the house on the opposite side, Church Road. And scrolling around, you can see the parish hall there. Some cars parked there in the car park opposite the hall. Can't see the church, but that would be beyond the trees. And this is Blake's Road, directly to the rear of the property, looking westwards, just to show an example of some of the existing styles and materials of properties in the vicinity of this site. And then this is looking eastwards, the site being on this land here. As you can see, there's a mix of brick and render. I'm going to go back to probably the ordnance survey plan a moment. In terms of principle of residential development, it's within the settlement boundary. Outline consent has been granted for 2 dwellings with all matters reserved. So this is a full application for 2 dwellings. It's considered the site is large enough to accommodate 2 dwellings if you take into consideration the plot sizes of the variety of properties surrounding. So therefore, the principle of residential has already been established. In terms of the impact on the character of the area, the properties will be finished of traditional modern style design. There would be adequate space around the properties for private garden area and parking and turning. There is concern from the parish council in respect of the materials. However, it's considered that the use of brick for these properties would not look out of character with the area, considering that the majority of the properties along Blake's Road are constructed of part brick and part render. Some of the properties that are further south of the site are of natural stone. The proposal would incorporate a low natural stone wall, which would incorporate natural stone from the site. There's very little on the site itself. And there would be the removal of the majority of the boundary hedge. However, it's not considered that the hedge itself has much merit in order for it to be retained. And it's proposed to provide a living willow hurdle fence along the boundary, which would provide some green screening and some privacy. In terms of impact on neighbouring properties, the design, orientation and windows of the proposed dwellings are of such a distance as to be adequate distance so as not to cause any overlooking and loss of privacy issues. Currently, the plot 2 includes 2 first floor windows in this elevation here, and they would be obscure glazed. They would be bathroom windows. There is a condition suggested attached to the consent to require these to remain obscure glazed so as to protect the privacy of the house immediately adjacent. In terms of impact on highway safety, within my report I've said that the speed limit is 30 miles an hour, but it is actually 20 miles an hour around there. However, due to the alignment of the road, the width of the road and the right angle bend, vehicle speeds should be expected to be significantly lower. The Highways Authority have no objection to the access and the visibility and the parking. The visibility display provided would be 2.4 metres by 17 metres. And in considering the outline consent, that was considered to be appropriate, although I have to say the outline consent, the visibility display at that time was only indicative. So I'm concluding that the visibility display here of a distance of 17 metres, taking into consideration the alignment of the road and the width and the likely speed of vehicles, that it would be an acceptable display in this location. In terms of parking, the neighbourhood plan, the parish council raised the point that in the neighbourhood plan for these properties there should be 2.5 spaces per property. The Somerset County Council parking strategy also, well, actually says the optimum parking requirement or the optimum number of spaces is 2.5 spaces per property. Now, they also say in the parking strategy that this can be reduced depending on local circumstances. And in this situation, this is a sustainable location served by public transport with good walking and cycling links to services and facilities. And therefore, it's considered that 2 spaces per dwelling is adequate. In any case, there is still some more space within the site to park off the highway. However, that can be used as a turning area. Church Road is not classified, so they do not have to provide a turning area. However, in this case, a turning area has been indicated. So taking that into account, it's considered that the development would have no adverse impact on highway safety. In terms of impact on ecology and in respect of the removal of the outbuilding, initially a preliminary roost assessment was carried out and then subsequently a material changes check report, which concluded that the building in its current state is assessed as providing a negligible habitat value for roosting bats. The update assessment found no suitability and no evidence of use by bats, and therefore it's not considered that the development would have any adverse impact on ecology. However, and together with the condition number 5, the existing condition number 5 incorporates an enhancement of biodiversity. It is recommended to add 2 further bullet points to condition number 5 to include bee bricks and bird boxes. And with the recommendation to alter condition 5, the recommendation is to grant consent, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tony J, would you like to come forward? Good afternoon, and as you
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm Tony J, I'm the clerk for Wemden Parish Council. Wemden Parish Council objects to this application because we consider that the proposed dwellings fail to comply with planning policies because they are a poor match with the existing built form. Policy W1 of Wemden's neighbourhood plan and policy D2 of the local plan both seek to promote developments which are in character with their surroundings. In particular, WB1 requires locally distinctive external materials, and D2 requires that new buildings should reinforce local character, content, and distinctiveness of place. Let us consider for a moment the view from outside the churchyard gate. Your planning officer's presentation includes a photo which shows some of this view. You can see the whole of this end of Church Road from there, with this site in the centre. To the left is the parish centre, the old Victorian school buildings in red sandstone. Then the old schoolhouse, also in red sandstone, followed by a recent build with the ground floor in brick and the first floor rendered a light colour. To the right of the view, bordering the churchyard, are 2 pairs of semis. The first also have a brick ground floor with light coloured render above. The others are totally finished in render. The houses in Blake's Road at the rear of the property are also light coloured with render over brick, as you saw in the photo, and you can see now. So the materials in all the properties in this locality are either red sandstone, light render or over brick, or total render. None are totally brick. Right in the middle of this vista, the applicant wishes to build a pair of houses totally in red brick. Do you think they'll blend in? We don't. We think they will stick out like a pair of sore thumbs. The solution is simple. Apply a light coloured render to the first floor of both of these new dwellings. The appearance of the new dwellings will then blend in with their surroundings as required by policies WB1 and D2. We believe that you can achieve this simply by adding an appropriate condition to any approval you grant, and we strongly urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? We'll start with Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I totally agree with the Parish Council. 2 dwellings in an area of Wemden where you've got natural stone, render, as they said, chimneys on the roofs, which is all part of the character of the area. I think a lot more could be done to improve this development. I'm not moving it at the moment.
Okay. Any other comments from members at the moment? Could I ask a question just in terms of one other, it's again character, because I've got the same notes as Councillor Kingham had, render and also chimneys, but the natural stone at the frontage, can you just clarify that it is natural Wemden stone that we're talking about here? We're not just talking about natural stone that could be a grey wall going in there of natural stone that would be out of character.
Sorry, Chairman, you're referring to the natural stone at the entrance that they're going to incorporate. That would be natural local stone, yes.
Right. Okay. Councillor Bolt.
You asked the question I was going to there, Chairman. But I do agree, everything else around there is, if it's brick built, it's got render at the top. Whether that can be conditioned
Looking for
at
advice
this
whether-
stage.
Whether officers believe that is a condition that we could look at in terms of roof treatments and also the building materials in terms of a more appropriate.
In terms of conditions, it is possible to impose a condition that says, notwithstanding the details submitted, a material finish. What we would have to make sure is back with the applicant in terms of what material finish we'd be looking for, so there's no lack of confusion. If they've specified the materials on the application form or the plan, we would just have to caveat it that it says, notwithstanding the details sort of submitted on the approved plans, it'd be subject to materials, external materials to be agreed with officers.
Okay, Councillor Bolt.
So that means that, yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay.
I will work on presenting stuff more simply, I'm sorry.
Councillor Bolt.
Yes.
I think with that in, and the fact that the natural stone is going to be Wemden stone, I think that actually covers everybody's concerns with regards to these premises. Therefore, I'd like to propose it with that addition.
So that's looking at the materials in terms of render over brick. We're looking at confirmation that the stone for the access is natural Wemden stone. And are we looking at roof treatments in terms of chimneys? Yeah. Councillor Kingham.
I'll second that, Chairman, with those changes.
Okay. Yes.
Change to the.
And there was the B boxes and but I was going to say no, B bricks and bird boxes, otherwise they're going to have a problem. Okay. So we have that proposed and seconded. All those in favour of granting permission with those amendments, please show. That is unanimous, yes?
I missed that.
Okay, could you just put your hands up once more?
Still trying to write.
Yeah, that is
Yes,
unanimous.
thank you.
Okay, clearly carried unanimously with those amendments. Thank you.
You seconded it.
It was Kingham and Bolt. The other way around, but Bolt and Kingham. So we now move to page 86 and Wemden. And I think, Mr. Noon, do you want to just set up the next set of slides for? That's all right, you're up. Don't worry.
It's been a long day.
That plan is determined to keep coming back.
It's on the back screen.
That's all right, don't worry. Okay, so as I say, we're remaining in Wemden. But Ms. Elving, we'd like to introduce this one, please.
Sure, thank you. Right, okay, so yep, in Wemden still, this is the application for the erection of a detached garage at 23 Greenacre in Wemden. This slide lists the relevant policies from the local plan and the Wemden neighbourhood plan, and also the main considerations in respect of this application. So the application site is located within a residential area of Wemden. The application site faces Greenacre, which runs to the south, an unclassified road. Crossacre to the north of the site is an unadopted private road. The application seeks consent for the erection of a detached garage within the rear garden area to be accessed via Crossacre. The garage will have a dual pitch roof with a height of approximately 3.6 metres, and the footprint of the garage will measure approximately 3.8 by 5.6 metres. These are photos. So the first photo is as you look down Crossacre, you can see the yellow house is the rear of the house that the garage is going to serve, with the arrow indicating where the garage is going to be. This photo shows within the garden, and then a view from Crossacre into the garden, so where the garage would go. And then this image here is just another Google image photo, sort of slightly further on to Crossacre, just showing what it looks like. So the street scene across Acre is characterised by residential dwellings with parking areas to the front, with some of these dwellings being served by garages. Therefore, the new garage is considered to be an acceptable addition. Also, matching materials will be used. The proposed garage is sited an appropriate distance from neighbouring properties to not detrimentally impact amenities of adjacent occupiers. In terms of highway safety, it should be noted that the creation of a vehicular access onto the unadopted road does not need planning permission. Nevertheless, the visibility from the proposed garage is considered to be of an acceptable level. A number of third-party representations made reference to the potential for damage to occur to Crossacre. However, this is a civil matter. Also, in relation to highway safety, the house itself already has a parking area to the front of the property with 2 spaces. It's therefore for these reasons that the proposal is considered compliant with the relevant policies in the neighbourhood and local plans, and as such the recommendation is to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. J. Welcome back.
I'm earning my money today, aren't I? Okay. Wemden Parish Council's main objection to this application is that the proposed garage will have a negative impact on the street scene. You've listened to your planning officer's comments and seen her presentation. You will recall the photograph along Crossacre from the direction of Church Road. Most people approach Crossacre from Church Road, so that is the view they see. This garage, if built, will lie directly ahead and will be the obvious feature of the street scene. It's a substantial garage, nearly 4 metres wide and over 3.5 metres tall, with its pitched roof. All the other buildings in Crossacre are dwellings which are set back from the road. None of them are as directly visible as this garage would be. As your officer stated in a report, other dwellings in Greenacre border Crossacre, which border Crossacre have outbuildings within their rear garden spaces. But all those buildings are screened from view behind tall hedges and fences. This garage would be in your face. Your officer includes in the presentation a drawing supplied by the applicant, which supposedly shows the street view from Crossacre. It's the one over there. This one-dimensional drawing is seriously misleading because it ignores the perspective, and the garage will be much closer to the viewer in Crossacre than the house. So in reality, the garage will be much larger than shown in that drawing. You should ignore that drawing. Policy WB1 of Wemden's neighbourhood plan and policy D2 of the local plan both seek to promote developments which respond to their locality in terms of character, content and scale. Wemden Parish Council are of the opinion that this garage would dominate the street scene in Crossacre because of its location and scale. It would therefore not comply with either of these planning policies. We therefore ask that you decline this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any? Oh, yes, Ms. Elby.
Just say I don't think this street scene drawing should be ignored because if you look, the site level does change. So the house is at a higher ground level than where the garage is. So I think that would explain, I guess, the difference between the two structures in this.
Any comments or questions from members? Yes, Councillor Kingham.
I'm going to take it from the position of the garage that they either drive in or reverse out, and they're reversing out onto a, I know it's a private road, but it seems rather a dangerous access out of a garage from on a corner. Seems as if the garage should be back further in.
Ms. Elby.
So there are a number of parking areas that Crossacre houses have. As you can see, this van would have had to have reversed into that space. In terms of the site plan, so the garage, it's not immediately onto the track. Do you see there's a sort of a slight gap there as well? You know, it is an unadopted road, so it's not even an unclassified road. It's a private road.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members, please? If not, I'm going to be looking for a recommendation. Yeah, Councillor Hendry.
I'm happy to recommend that to grant permission. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Scott?
Yes, I'd second that.
And again, I'm not seeing any further indications, so we have the recommendation to grant permission. Those in support, please show. That would appear to be unanimous again. Yep, that's unanimous, so that's clearly carried. Right, members, that brings us to the end of our agenda for today, unless Mr. anything else? Nope. Nope. Okay, thank you all very much. We'll declare the meeting closed and thank you very much for your